Hello. See, I didn't even realize I was already up here. Didn't even realize. See, I was over here looking at something else, listening to my music. How is everybody? How was your night last night? Everybody enjoy it? I know I tried to relax. It was a little bit hard, Such is life. We have good days, bad days. As always, I always tell everybody, take care of your mental health first. So, with that, welcome in. You are in the Rebel Ramada Lifetime channel. If you hadn't been here before, hi, my name is Sheila. I'm a true crime channel. I like to do speed trials, document dumps. Can't even talk this morning. Hearings, sentencings, that kind of stuff. I like to cut the crap, get straight to the trial, add a little bit of sarcasm, snark, but I do it in a way to protect my mental health. So, as always, take care of your own mental health. If you need a break during trials, hearings, sentencings, whatever, please do so, because, sometimes they can get rough, they can get rocky, and I always try to put a little bit of comedy in the chaos, and, if you need to take a break, take a break. So, with that, we are going to jump right in to trial today, and as usual, these courts, sometimes with these streams, they just start where they want to start, so we don't get to see this first guy's name. So with that, I'm going to hit roll, and let's get started. Let's finish watching Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger in the brutal murder of Melissa Wolfenbarger. So yesterday was a lot of shocking information. We got to see her mother, Norma Patton, on the stand. I still intend on doing a dive on that because I find her totally fascinating. I need to know more. And we got to see her daughter, Melissa's daughter, Christina. She was beautiful, looked just like her mother. So, they do, Journey. They just start, and it's like, too bad that you missed out. It is what it is. So, okay, I'm going to hit play. Hector's home, so I got a little TV in the background, so I'm going to have to mute while we're first getting started. He'll be here for another hour and a half, so I'll be muted, but I'll pop, with my loud mouth in here. So, with that. Y'all see, we have lips moving, but no sound. That's not me. That's still them. So, come on, let's get to the sound, people. I know it takes. There we go.
Uniform Patrol.
There we go.
In 1992, I went into criminal investigations. I remained in criminal investigations until I retired in 2020. Most of my time in criminal investigations, I worked crimes against persons, which is all types of assaults or missing persons could be included in that. And then in the later, probably 10 or 12 years, I focused more on crimes against women and children. So I was working sexual assaults and abuse of children, along with internet crimes against children.
And that is where you were working when you retired?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you back to the year 2000. Were you serving as a detective?
Yes.
And in the year 2000, what unit were you assigned to?
It's hard for me to say exactly what would have been like crimes against persons. We really didn't I can't recall when we started the internet crimes against children and kind of branched it off, but they used to be kind of commingled before that.
And during that time, I think you just said that if there was a missing persons report, would that go to the crime against persons unit?
Frequently, yes.
Tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities if you received a missing persons report.
So, depending on where the missing person report originated, more often than not would be Uniform Patrol Division. Then it would be.
Sorry, I didn't even know I still had it on. I'm sorry, I didn't even hear it. Thank you for telling me, Journey. Okay, I turned it off. I totally forgot I had it on. I was listening to it while I was just sitting here.
Reviewed by their supervisors, would come to the Criminal Investigation Division where it would be assigned to an investigator. In that case, once it got to us, we would do what we could to contact possible witnesses, same in any other case, trying to gather additional information, or do what we could, make sure that they were entered into the national databases so that if they were contacted by law enforcement in any other jurisdiction, they might be identified and we'd be made aware of it. So those types of things. We would be trying to do what we could to do steps additional to whatever the Uniform Patrol officer may have done when they took the original report.
And with a missing persons report, are there times where there can be gaps in the investigation?
Frequently, I would think, a lot of times with adults, you don't know if they willingly left or not. Many of them you might have suspicions or have some concerns about because of lack of contact with people whom they normally contact, things of that nature. So you can have different degrees of it. Some of them, don't draw a lot of attention, and most of them are resolved within a few days. Somebody shows back up. Then you do have some like this that go on for a period of time. You have very little leads as to where the person may have gone, and you have few people, if any, who report to have any contact with them.
And you said cases such as this, where you assigned a missing persons investigation from Melissa Wolfenbarger.
So I don't have the initial report going back that far, which would give me verification. Oftentimes, if cases go on for extended periods, more than one person could work on it. So I definitely was assigned to it or working on it in 2000, 2003. Whether it was initially my case from the beginning or my case the entire time that it was open, I can't say.
When did you first get involved in this missing persons investigation?
The report that I do have to review, it's around January of 2000 is when I was making some contacts and talking to people.
And in January of 2000, what were some of the first steps that you recall doing when you received the case or worked on the case?
I have some indications in reports. We're summarizing contacts with Melissa's parents, with Christopher's mother, sister, grandparent, his grandparents, and if there's anyone else I don't recall offhand.
Okay. And at that time, did you start in January 2000? Based on the report that you
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of start chronologically, starting in January 2000. In January 2000, did you speak with first Norma Patton?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the jury when in January 2000 did you speak to Norma Patton?
That was January 12th.
At that time, when you spoke with Norma Patton, to your knowledge, was there any other missing persons report regarding Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, are you able to tell from your report how you spoke with her? Was it on the phone, in person? Are you able to indicate?
On the phone.
Without telling me what your conversation was she able to provide you information regarding the last time she had met with or saw her daughter?
Yes.
Was she able to provide you information about Melissa's children?
Yes.
After speaking with Ms. Patton, what, if anything, did you do to look for relatives of Ms. Wolfenbarger?
So the police department has databases that include all the people that the police have encountered, throughout the year. So all those reports are entered in there. So I did checks like that. At later times, checks with persons from some type of Department of Labor, things like that, trying to find out if there's a record of them working somewhere, various things like that. But in this particular instance, right after speaking with Miss Norma Patton, then I looked into the police records to see if there might be anything I could associate with the family or with her.
And based on any of these, were you able to tell that Melissa had gotten any jobs after 1996?
I think 1996 is the last employment record I had.
Now, in October of 2000, what, if anything, did you do regarding your investigation into the missing persons report of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I spoke to Kathy Wolfenbarger, I'm sorry.
And where did you meet with her, in person or over the phone or something else?
In person.
And where did you meet with her?
268 Lakeview Drive, Locust Grove, Georgia.
And did that appear to be her home?
Yes.
When you met with her, did you tell her why you were present?
Yes.
What did you tell her about why you were present?
That I was investigating missing persons involving Melissa.
What was her demeanor? Did you note anything about her demeanor when you told her why you were present?
I noted that she was reluctant to talk to me about it initially, but as we spoke, she was able to overcome that and talk to me and provide some information.
Did she provide the information willingly or reluctantly?
Well, it was, like I said, noted originally that she was reluctant to talk to me about it, but then, of course, I'm going to try to overcome that and tell her that, her assistance is going to help with the investigation. So that's what I was trying to lay to her. And then eventually she did provide information about the family.
did you notate in your report that she provided that information reluctantly?
Yes.
And what type of information was she able to provide for you?
It sounds like we're getting into hearsay now, Your Honor.
Not specifically, but what generally, was she able to give you phone numbers? Was she able to give you other people you need to talk to? Generally, what information was she able to provide?
Based on that, I'm going to let her continue. Go ahead.
She gave some general information about the family members. Didn't provide that I can recall or obtain from the notes any type of phone numbers or anything specifically on someone to contact.
Did you ask her specifically about information on Christopher Wolfenbarger?
I did speak to her about Christopher. You know, obviously wanting to speak with him and get his information.
And was she able to provide you any contact information for Christopher?
No.
You notated in your report that she was reluctant. Why was it important for you to notate that she was reluctant in your report?
I mean, there could be a number of reasons that somebody's reluctant to talk to us. So I just made a note of that. I mean, it could have some bearing on the information she provides or the circumstances that she might be involved with a particular case, something like that. I mean, it's just, it is relevant to us. I mean, it could have some bearing on it, but that's why it would be noted.
Okay. Taking you to February of 2001, did you have the occasion to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Patton?
Yes, it is.
And when did you speak with Mr. and Mrs. Patton?
February 22nd, 2001.
Excuse me. And did you speak with both Carl and Norma Patton at that time?
Yes, it did.
What, if anything, did you tell them about where you were in your investigation?
You know, speaking with them, I had not been able to speak to Christopher at that point, and that after talking to them, I informed I would do a few things to see if I could generate some additional leads in the case. And that is when, in fact, we spoke to one of the representatives from the Georgia Department of Labor and obtained some work history for Christopher and Melissa.
Okay. And at this point, we're February of 2001, so this is about a year and 1 month after you initially spoke with Ms. Patton.
Yes.
And at that time, were they still concerned about their child's whereabouts?
Yes.
In February of 2001, did you also speak with a Richard and Virginia Alsham?
Yes.
And what day did you speak with them?
February 26, 2001.
And what was your understanding of who Richard and Virginia Alsham were?
I understood them to be the grandparents of Christopher Wolfenbarger.
And did you speak with them in person or over the phone?
In person.
And where did you speak with them? Not necessarily the address, but was it their home?
Their residence.
And did they provide you any information that assisted you in your investigation?
Yes, they did.
Were they able to provide you any contact information for Christopher?
They did provide some historical information that's about him and Melissa.
Okay. Did they provide you any a contact phone number, address, or location where to find Christopher?
No.
And at this point in time, had Christopher reached out to you in this now year period to talk to you about Melissa and this missing person investigation?
No.
Taking you to September of 2001, what happened and what occurred in September 2001?
September, I did have a chance to interview Christopher Wolfenbarger at the Henry County Police Department.
And what date did you interview him?
September 12th, 2001.
And is this now approximately 18 months after the initial missing persons report?
Yes.
And at this time, when you met with Christopher, were you aware if any remains were found as related to Melissa Wolfenbarger?
No.
At this time, were you aware of any investigation or any body parts being found in Atlanta in 1999?
No.
Now, was this interview videotaped?
It was.
Okay. And at this point in time, was Mr. Wolfenbarger under arrest at all?
No.
Okay. And did he speak to you?
Yes, you did.
Now, have you had the opportunity to view this videotape in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Now, tell the jury about the sound quality on this particular video.
So I did view the video, and the sound, at least on the device that I was listening to, was very difficult to hear for myself. I have a report, so I was reviewing the notes of it. It seems to correspond, but again, the audio is difficult for me to comprehend.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to listen to it and watch it in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
All right, Commissioner Busher.
Granted.
I want to put the market space in 72. Tell me if you recognize this in 72.
This is, yes, I did.
How do you recognize it?
I initially and dated it.
Is that the 2001 video that we just referenced?
Yes, it is.
And does that video appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the interview you conducted with Mr. Wolfenbarger in September 2001?
Yes, it is.
Do it appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
You're right, this time the statement has to end just to the 76.
Mr. Ringo, Mr. Samuel.
Objection.
72 is admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Battery 70%. Connected to QATPI 54102682.
Oops. Oops. I think we were giving somebody's info out.
Is this the interview? Is this pretty much the sound quality throughout most of the video? Okay. Did you take notes about your conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it did.
So when you met with him, was he able to give you kind of a history of when they first met?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you about when they first met?
He said that he first met Melissa when she was 15.
And did he tell you how he had met her?
He said that she had run away from home, but I don't recall any, details much beyond that.
And was he able to tell you whether or not they were married or not?
Yes.
Were they married?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And when did they get married?
And he said 1992 or 95.
Okay. He said 92 or 95.
And I noted 95, I believe, in my report, so I don't know if we clarified that.
Was he able to tell you if they had children?
Yes,
And how many children did he tell you that they had?
2.
Now, did he tell you about where they lived?
He did.
Okay. And where did he tell you that they lived?
I believe they were living with his mother at that time.
Did there ever come a time where they moved from his family's home?
I don't see a notation for that. I don't recall that.
Do you recall him telling you that they lived at 824 Brookline Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Okay. Is that contained within your report?
yes.
Did he tell you about where he worked?
I think he did discuss some of his employment. Let me check the notes for clarification.
Sir, he worked at Action Glass. In case you forgot. Action Glass.
Yes, he was working for a glass company.
And did he tell you where the glass company was?
Notation for that.
You're on permission to approach?
Permission granted.
Y'all, I didn't realize I had it sped up so much. I am so sorry. I had it sped up for my own viewing earlier, trying to get names. I'm sorry about that. I just realized it was sped up.
This, when I'm showing you, is that a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Is that a summary of your interview with Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to this line right here.
Yes, I did see that. He provided that the glass company was on Avon Street, but I don't have a city or any other location for it.
Okay. And did he tell you about where Melissa worked?
Yes,
Where did he tell you Melissa worked?
a Waffle House in Doraville.
Now, did he discuss to you about his relationship with Melissa around November, December of 1990?
Yes,
What do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Melissa around that time?
that they were together around the November, December timeframe of 98.
Did he tell you anything about being separated but then getting back together? God bless you.
He stated that they were together for about a month in that time, and so I don't want to misstate your question. I don't know that we discussed so much being separate. He just indicated they were together for about a month, which might imply that. But
I'm gonna approach again.
You don't have to ask every time for the same witness. Thank you.
I'm gonna direct you to-
okay, like I say, that he did indicate they were separate, and they gotten together for about a month at that time.
Okay.
But
But you-
I'm sorry for interrupting. Can you take down the screen share, please?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But did you notate that he told you they got separated but got back together around Thanksgiving of 1998?
Yes,
All right. And then according to him, did he tell you when Melissa moved out?
yes,
When did he tell you that she moved out?
around Christmas of 1998.
All right. Now, after she moved out, did he tell you if he ever saw Melissa again?
He did.
Okay. What did he tell you about when he saw Melissa again?
He stated that he saw Melissa walking on Lee Street in Atlanta. several months after that she had left, so sometime in 1999.
Do you recall him telling you approximate month about when he saw her in 1999?
I don't recall it. I'll review the report.
Do you recall him telling you it was between either March or April of 1999?
I don't recall that, and I don't know that I notated the specific month.
What did he tell you about when he saw her in 1999?
That she was walking on Lee Street, that she didn't look particularly well, that had indications of possible drug use.
Was he able to tell you if she was with someone, dating someone?
I'm sorry. I need to back that up again. Just a second, guys. And that's the luxury of us doing all this fast forward. She was walking in what month?
That she was walking on Lee Street, that she didn't look particularly well, that had indications of possible drug use.
Was he able to tell you if she was with someone, dating someone?
She said he didn't say that she was with someone walking, but he did say that she may have been involved with someone named Mike, whom she worked with at the Waffle House in North.
In 2001, regarding the last time he saw her, did he only tell you that he saw her walking down the street?
Yes.
Okay, I just looked back at my notes, and the guy that testified at the Waffle House, his name was not Mike, it was Thomas Nixon. So, okay, new character unlocked, maybe? I haven't heard of a Mike yet.
Did he tell you about anything about where she was going?
No.
Did he tell you, if you can recall, about what their conversation was?
No.
Did he tell you why he never made a report as to why she was missing?
No.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not he contacted her family to let them know that she was missing?
He stated that he didn't contact her family, or wasn't in contact with her family.
Did he give the reason why he didn't contact her family?
He stated that they did not get along, they didn't like him.
This juncture, when you interviewed him, do you know where he was living?
The indication I have is he lived at 824 Brookline.
Did you have an address that you notated in your report for him at the bottom of your report?
507 King Drive, Hinesville.
So at the time, do you know if he was still living on Brookline or if he was living on Hines?
I don't know. The report maybe referencing stated that, or they lived at Brookline, so maybe when they're together, they were Brookline. Maybe he was at this other address.
I couldn't.
Sorry, you're actually getting in front of the microphone.
sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently, in the report, I indicated that he and Melissa both lived on Brookline, and at the end, I have a different address, so that the Brookline address may have been referenced to when they were together.
Thank you.
And is it safe to say that what you have in your report is a summary of parts of that interview?
These are bullet points.
And would the interview contain everything that you all actually discussed?
That's right.
After speaking with Mr. Wolfenbarger, did you speak with any of his family?
Yes.
And who did you speak with?
His sister, Kimberly.
And did she provide you information regarding Melissa at that time?
Yes.
Now I want to take you to December of 2001.
2001.
Did you meet with anyone in December of 2001
December.
with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Okay, yes, December 27th.
Okay. And who did you meet with?
Mary Beth Hoptall or Heptall.
And do you recall why in December you met with her?
To document dental records for Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Now, are these dental records that you received?
Yes.
In December 2001, did you do anything else with the dental records?
So once they were entered into this document to where they could be placed in the national database, I gave that to one of our communications and records personnel at the police department so it could be entered.
And you said it was put into a national database. What type of national
I
database?
think it's like NCIC is what a program that we have for missing persons or stolen cars or anything like stolen property, all of that. So it's a database where a road officer or any officer can call in a person's ID and they'll note that if they're reported missing or a stolen object or whatever it may be. My understanding of this was that the pathologists or the doctors were able to chart or make some type of notation regarding dental records that could be entered in this. So if another agency had remains that were unidentified, they could cross-reference this and it might help them to pull the cases together to further seek identification.
And did you do that? Did you put her dental records on NCIC?
Yes.
After December of 2001, excuse me, is it in December of 2001 when you put her dental records on NCIC?
Yes, December 31st was when the document that Ms. Heptall helped produce was provided to our communications people who are the persons that would enter it into that system.
After December 30th of 2001 and the dental records are placed into NCIC, when is the next part of your investigation in this case?
March 13th of 2003.
So almost 18 months later again, after the records go into.
Yes.
What occurred in March of 2003?
Dr. Carol Terry contacted me regarding the records, and I ended up meeting with her and bringing the records so that she could review them.
Okay. And what date is that in March of 2003?
March 13th.
And Dr. Terry, where was she a medical examiner?
Yes.
Where did she work?
Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
You said here in Atlanta?
In Atlanta.
Okay. And when you met with Dr. Terry, did you meet with her at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's
Yes, I
Office?
did.
Was there anyone else present with the two of you when you all met?
Mainly the two of us, we were in their office, so there were other people around, but I believe I only recall speaking with primarily her, and if there was somebody else there, they weren't involved in it, and I didn't make any notation of it.
And during that meeting, was she able to provide you with information regarding unidentified human remains?
Yes.
After that meeting on March 13th, did you send anything to Dr. Terry?
Yes, I did.
What did you send to her?
A written copy of the dental records pertaining to Melissa Wolfenbarger
And how did you send that information to her?
by fax.
And after you sent those dental records, did you receive information on the identity of the skull that they were trying to identify?
Yes.
Once the skull was identified, what day was it identified?
March 14th, 2003.
So the same day you sent over the dental records, the same day it was
Yes.
identified? Did you discuss any investigative tools or testing that could be done on the skull?
We talked about DNA testing.
Now, once the remains were identified, just answer yes or no. Did you attempt to locate Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And did you locate him?
Yes.
I want to take you to March of 2003. Did you have an opportunity to interview Chris Wolfenbarger again?
Yes, I did.
What date is that?
I don't have a report on that. I don't have a summary for that one, but it was it was at the Gwinnett County Jail. I'm sorry.
Was it close in time to when the head was identified?
Again, I don't have the date, so
Did anyone go with you to interview Chris?
Detective Calhoun,
And where did Detective Calhoun work at the time?
I believe Atlanta Police.
And during that interview, were you the primary person leading that interview?
Yes, I was.
At that time, like that. Tell the jury briefly about your kind of interview style when you interview individuals.
I mean, every interview that I do, I'm trying to obtain truthful information. So I try to speak to everyone respectfully for one thing, and take what they're providing as factual information until it can be proven otherwise. So I just sit down with a person like I would sit down with anybody in any circumstance and ask them questions and stuff. If it gets to a point where there's some contradictory information or something appears to be a problem in there, we definitely might confront them about that or go further into detail about it. But for the most part, I try to be, have a good rapport with them and just sit down and ask logical questions and take what they provide as factual information.
Now, when you interviewed him, did you allow him to kind of lock him into a version before telling him whether or not Melissa was found or not?
Well, it was just reviewing and obtaining the history that he provided again, which we did. And then later at the end or near the end of the interview, he was informed that Melissa had been identified.
And was he able to give you a history again of their relationship?
Yes.
Leading up to the last time he saw her?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, do you recall him talking about her father?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Chris tell you about Melissa's relationship with her father?
I think that that they didn't have a really good relationship, that they didn't communicate, I think.
Do you recall him telling you that she loved her father?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall him telling you that?
I'm going to object to the leading.
Rephrase.
Do you remember asking him whether or not her father could do something like this?
I don't. No.
Do you remember him in this interview again discussing about them trying to work on a relationship in December of 1998?
I don't specifically recall it, and I did review that interview, but I don't recall his exact statements.
Do you remember him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
Yes.
What do you recall about him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
He stated that he saw her walking from around the train station, and that he didn't initially recognize her, I believe.
Do you remember him telling you when he saw her?
No, I don't.
Do you remember if he told you that this was again in March or April of
This
19?
is leading. He doesn't remember it. Now she's answering the question for him.
Uh-oh.
Y'all come here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She said, y'all come here for a second. Y'all hear that? Y'all come here for a second. The judge is not in her robe today either. She likes not being in a robe. I've never seen a judge not be in their robe as much as this one. I don't know. I've just always seen judges in their black robes. Not her. Judge Krause is like, I got style, babe. I don't need a robe.
If you'll please rephrase your question, Ms. Hilton.
Do you recall an interview if it was any months after the last time he had? Do you recall when it was?
I don't specifically recall when it might have been.
And have you had the opportunity to view that interview in its entirety? Or listen to that interview, excuse me?
I did listen to it.
And in listening to that interview, did that appear to be a complete and accurate depiction of that interview as you recall it back from 2003?
It does.
Wonder if that's tea in her cup. She sure is sipping on something. I know, and the judge sounds horrible. I mean, she's steadily sipping whatever it is. Blowing her nose, bless her heart. I know I hate blowing my nose in public, you know. Summer Wells' aunt? Where are you going, TCN? You and Journey be having conversations. Summer Wells. See, I'm not into that Summer Wells. It's too much drama for me. Same with the Sebastian Rogers. It just was too much drama. I'm not... all that speculation and guessing and all that. It's not for me.
Looking at
Why did they mute again? Damn it.
Yes, it does.
what is the date of the interview?
March 18, 2003.
And again, I'm sure you'll remember this 2003. Did this appear to be the entirety of the interview that we just discussed?
Yes.
You're right. This time the state's going to admit Stacey Exhibit 73 and will produce a hard copy for the court.
Mr. Samuel?
Speak so fast, but we don't have an objection to the tape.
Okay. Exhibit
My
73.
understanding is there needs to be redactions at some point, but that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 73 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, after you met with Mr. Wolfenbarger, and you said you met with Detective Calhoun, met him with Detective Calhoun,
Yes.
and did you know where Detective Calhoun worked?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what was your understanding of Investigator Calhoun's role with relation to the remains that were found in Atlanta in 1999?
That he would take up the investigation at that point, now that the remains have been identified.
And at that point in March of 2003, did you then turn over your file and information to Detective Calhoun?
I don't recall specifically giving him the file, but the case was more or less, or the aspect of the remains was out of our jurisdiction, so we didn't have any further involvement with it.
And from what you know, did Detective Calhoun then continue the investigation at that point?
As far as I know.
Of course, indulgence. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel?
Thank you. You still go by detective or Mr. or what do you prefer?
Tom is fine.
Tom. Well, Tom, how are you?
Oh, we heard his name. His name is Tom. Hey, guys, this is Tom. In case we haven't met him,
Just
his
working
name is
backwards, The
Tom.
last time you spoke with Chris was, Mr. Wolfenbarger was, there was a tape, but you didn't take any notes at all so you're going by memory?
No, I listened to the audio. Unfortunately, if there was a report generated about it, which there should have been, I don't have, access to it or haven't been provided at this point. So that's the downside of that for me. I can't refer to it as I could the first one.
Yes.
So I only have, the audio, which I did listen to, and then trying to recall that is difficult.
It wasn't my hand. When was the last time you listened to it?
I was listening to part of it this morning, but I didn't make it completely through. I listened to it a couple of days ago as well.
And this was 22 plus years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just have a couple questions. I want to talk to you about you talked about having met the grandparents and Patton family. And then you met with Chris the first time on September 12th, 2001, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And where was that meeting?
Henry County Police Department.
I think you're right, TCN. Now that you say that, I'm having a flash of Tina. It's funny calling her Tina because my biological sister's name is Tina. And I want to say Tina when I see that name. Although I have no relationship with my biological sister. When I see the name Tina, I think Tina. But her name, she goes by Tina. And I think you're right. She did mention a mic. when she spoke the day before yesterday, or Friday, I think it was. So yeah, I don't mind sharing links, guys. I this world is big enough for all of us. The internet is huge, so we're all here. We're all here together.
Okay, so he came to the police department, just met with you because you asked him to come, and he came to meet with you.
Right.
Okay. That was the day after 9/11.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Because it was September 12th, 2001.
Right.
Or I imagine a lot of our minds were in different places that day. And he told you about the background. He told you where they lived, right?
Yes.
824 Brookline. He told you that she had worked at the Waffle House in Doraville, right, Melissa?
Yes.
I'm just going by your report because I can't listen to the audio either because it's totally inaudible, basically, that audio. He told you that the relationship was such that sometimes she would leave for days at a time.
Yes.
Stayed at motels, including up near the Waffle House where she then worked.
Yes.
Okay. There was when you were answering the prosecutor's questions, there was some concern about when he said he had last seen her. Your notes indicate that what he said was that she moved out in Christmas of 98, right?
Right.
Okay. And that he saw her one more time a few months later, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is when she was walking on the street. And later, when you talked to him, whatever, 2 years later, he said it was heading towards the train station or outside the train station, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he told you basically the same thing 2 years later when you talked to him up in Lawrenceville, correct?
That he saw her on the street on one occasion, and then more information that they spoke on the second occurrence,
Right. He said that she looked disheveled when he saw her that occasion?
Yes.
Okay. He also reported to you that he was aware that she had been involved with a man named Mike, right? He's from the Waffle House up in Doraville, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when he mentioned that she was staying at a hotel with Mike, as far as he knew, correct?
The way I have it noted is that he said that she was involved with this person named Mike that worked at the Waffle House, and that I noted that one time when she left Mike, she was staying at a Shalford Lodge.
Okay.
So,
okay, very good. And then he also told you exactly where he lived, and gave you the address. You mentioned that already, that he said he lived in Hinesville, gave you his phone number, gave you his address, all of which you noted in your report, right? Okay, so he wasn't hiding out where he was or using a fake name or anything like that,
not
correct?
that I know of.
Y'all, I almost spit out my coffee. I just need to bring something to everybody's attention. Just because, y'all know, comedy and the chaos. The judge has brought out a hand fan. We now have a hand fan in this trial. A hand fan has entered the building. That is so cute. Bless her heart. I want to go just give her a whole bottle of NyQuil and a pillow and a blankie.
And of course, this was a missing persons report. So when eventually the medical examiner was able to take the dental records and compare it with the skull that had been located, it was no longer a missing persons report, right?
Right.
Which is why you were finished, basically.
Yes.
You did one more interview with Detective Calhoun, who we saw yesterday. Was he taking notes, do you know?
I don't recall.
How long was the first interview that we just rehearsed a little bit?
So the first one with the poor audio, is that
Correct.
about 30 minutes or so, I think?
Okay, you just have a one-page report, so obviously it's a summary, it's not a transcript, right?
Right.
The second interview up in Lawrenceville was quite a bit longer. The one you did with Calhoun,
Was a little
Detective
bit
Calhoun.
longer. That one, from listening to it, may have gone maybe 50 something minutes, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you know,
Can you redirect?
No, nothing from here.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Samuel, back here for just a minute.
so TCN. I know that you make jokes, but my sister-in-law, she works at a state school here in Texas. They shut down the state school.
Sergeant Leanne Lacoste.
they shut down the state school and sent her home because everybody in the state school here has the vid. Yeah. And it's a mental health school. Yeah. It's a really big deal right now in this area. You do, Journey. All the trial watchers, they end up being sick. Yeah, my sister-in-law is home with COVID right now. She's been home for about 5 days.
Leanne, Liane, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Lacoste, Lacoss.
And good morning.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed?
I'm retired
And how long have you been retired?
since 2018,
And where did you retire from?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long were you with the Atlanta Police Department prior to your retirement?
30 years.
Can you tell us very briefly about your matriculation through the Atlanta Police Department?
Joined in 1988. From 89 to 99, I was uniform patrol in Zone 6. Made Sergeant 99, was in uniform patrol as a sergeant in Zone 4 until 2000. 2000, I went to Internal Affairs, sergeant. Left there in 2003 and went to homicide and stayed there the rest of my career.
And so how long did you serve as a sergeant in the homicide unit?
16 years.
And as a sergeant in the homicide unit, what are your primary duties, job duties and responsibilities?
I was in charge of, mainly in charge of the cold case and complex case unit, overseeing the cold cases. We also, I handle officer-involved shootings, and I also filled in on day watch, overseeing the active cases that came each day.
Now, as a sergeant, do you actively investigate cases?
No, ma'am.
If information comes in about a case, what if anything do you do with the information?
It depends totally on the information that comes in. If it's an active case, I would forward it to the appropriate investigator. If it's a cold case, depending on what the information is, I'll either assign it to a new investigator or try and follow up the information to see if it's worth assigning the case.
While you served as sergeant over the homicide unit, did you have the occasion to work with an investigator, A.B. Calhoun?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he one of the detectives assigned to the homicide unit while you were a sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to take you back to 2003. Do you recall being called out to a home with cadaver dogs from an outside jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that house was?
I do not.
Do you remember the circumstances and what brought you to that location?
I believe Investigator Quinn called me to that location.
And what happened? Did you go to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got out there?
There had been as my understanding, I was told that there had been a search with cadaver dogs at that location that did not have any positive results. The dog did not hit on anything.
Were the cadaver dogs for the City of Atlanta Police Department or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Do you recall what other jurisdiction it was?
I do not.
Do you recall ever speaking with Investigator Calhoun about this incident when you went out to this home with the cadaver dogs?
I'm sure it was his case. I'm sure I talked to him at some point, but I don't recall doing it.
And you said Investigator Quinn. Who is Investigator Quinn?
Investigator David Quinn. He also worked with us on the cold case unit.
And back in 2003, did you ever assist Investigator Calhoun specifically with the investigation of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
In 2003, I don't recall doing anything on the case.
Say it again.
I don't recall doing anything in 2003 besides that response.
And to your knowledge, was there a response in relation to his case that he was investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time sitting here, do you know specifically which case it was in reference to that he was investigating?
The Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January of 2015. Did you have the occasion to become involved in some way in the Melissa Wolfenbarger investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
Norma and Tina Patton had contacted me and asked to meet with me about the case.
And at that time, was Investigator Calhoun still working with the Atlanta Police Department?
No, he had retired.
And once he retired, at that time, had you assigned the case to another investigator?
No, ma'am.
And did you meet with Norma and Tina Patton?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with them?
Public Safety Headquarters.
And what did you do once you met with Norma and Tina Patton?
I read the case. I requested I did not see the crime lab reports in there. I requested them. They had asked me to contact several people that had information possibly on the case. I did that. I called them.
And as you are kind of reviewing the case to assist, did you see any information about any latent fingerprints?
Later, yes, as I got the GBI reports.
Did those reports produce anything of any evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Your response? What's the nature of the objection?
Yeah, why did you?
I'm asking, did it produce any evidentiary value? I'm not asking what was said in the report.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did it
Yeah,
produce anything of any evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
man, that defense attorney sure is jumping to get his objection in before she's even finishing what she's
When you
asking.
met with Melissa and Tina, did they express concerns about Melissa's case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of their concern?
That they were understandably upset that an arrest had not been made in the case.
And this is now in 2015.
Correct.
You said that they provided you some names of individuals that you should follow up with. Did you follow with those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you follow up with?
Diane Parrott was the first individual.
And to your knowledge, had Diane Parrott been interviewed previously in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when she was first interviewed?
I do not.
Do you know if Investigator Calhoun interviewed her?
I do not know who interviewed her.
Did you get an opportunity to speak with Ms. Parrott?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to speaking with Ms. Parrott, did you listen to any of her initial interviews?
No, ma'am.
What is the date that you interviewed Ms. Parrott?
January 12th, 2015.
And where did you interview her?
Over the phone.
And was she able to provide you any information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you record her interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to her interview in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to postpone.
Granted.
She gonna play the interview?
No, she's approaching the witness for the foundation,
But I do intend to play the interview.
but we're not there yet. So
I'm showing you what the market states exhibit 74. Tell me if you recognize exhibit 74.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize exhibit 74?
It's got my initials and today's date on it.
And is that, does that contain the interview that you had with Ms. Parrott back in January of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it appear to be the full interview with Ms. Parrott?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
You're right, this time to stick with like in this exhibit 74.
Mr. McDermott,
Excuse me? I didn't hear what she said.
she's offered to admit Exhibit 74. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 74 is admitted.
Well, hold on. I do object, Your Honor. She's wanting to enter the whole statement, and there's a confrontation right in that.
You're right, Ms. Parrott.
Yes. We're going to take a morning break anyway, so we're going to go ahead and take that morning break. It's 10:51. We're going to try and have you back in here about 11:05, 11:10, and then we'll resume. Thank you all. You are excused until 11:05. Deputy Phyllis Court, jury out.
All right, look, jury.
I'm over here talking and my mic's muted. I'm over here just a jibber jabbering away, y'all. Think it's caffeine. You haven't had your iced coffee. Oh, see, I would just be so lost without my coffee. I don't know if they're going to talk, so I'm going to give them a minute to get the jury out and see if they talk anything. Good morning, Norma. How are you today, love? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
You can be seated. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, ma'am, officer, detective, I'm not sure exactly what to call you. Sergeant, I think it was. If you'll step outside for just a moment. Thank you.
Okay, see, I told you they were going to talk because they sent the officer, detective, sergeant. They don't even know what she is.
Okay, so the state has requested to offer Exhibit 74, which I understand is a recording of an interview with Miss Parrott.
Miss
And
Parrott?
when I asked if the defense had any objection, Mr. McDermott indicated that he did have an objection. We approached, and at sidebar, there was some discussion. I was like, I thought I'd already ruled on this. And then there was some discussion about these are statements that the defense requested to have in evidence, perhaps because of the rule of completeness. Mr. McDermott indicates that he's still asserting a confrontation right. And it seemed complicated enough that I thought we needed to sort it out. So, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, last Monday, defense counsel asked for a portion of Ms. Parrott's statement to come in. The court ruled that based on the residual hearsay, it could come in. It was there's guaranteed the trustworthiness within that statement. At that point, the state decided, based on the court's ruling, that we would move forward in playing the statement, given the court's ruling. However, given the rule of completeness, that both the statement that defense counsel asked to put in and the entirety of the statement would be appropriate to put in based on the rule of completeness, Your Honor.
Okay. So part of the conversation that Mr. McDermott asserted at the bench was that the rule of completeness is not a waiver. Generally speaking, I mean, I agree with him that, you know, just because one party wants to offer one thing, the other party is allowed to say, but for context, you have to have this, this, and this. That doesn't necessarily mean the whole thing has to be played, but if that's your choice, you can. So now that means I need to entertain Mr. McDermott's objections to particular portions of that statement.
Sure. So we asked the court the statement regarding, did she ever see any bruises or marks on Melissa's body? And she says no, and that she would have been looking if, in fact, so she would have seen it. The state is wanting to play this, I assume, because at another portion of that interview, Ms. Parrott talks about the story that Tina Patton told regarding the time Christopher was in the Waffle House, allegedly had said something about he knows how to hide a body. And so I think they're wanting to play that so that they can corroborate Tina's story. That is completely unrelated to the other issue we brought up. It is not needed to complete any alleged mischaracterization or context of the other issue we brought up. And so I'm asserting the confrontation right still in that portion of the interview.
So a couple of questions. One, is that the purpose? I mean, what in her statement is relevant that the state wishes to use it for?
So we believe that the statement in its entirety talks about the relationship between Mr. Wolfenbarger and Melissa back in the late 90s, 2000s. They asked specifically about bruising, but it also talks about their relationship, which I think understanding her statement about bruising in context with the dynamics of their relationship is what is important. So it's a 5-minute interview that's held, but because of what is not just the physical seeing it, she also talks about other parts of their relationship, which I think puts that part in context.
Okay. Regarding Mr. McDermott's objection, at least in part, as to statements by Ms. Parrott about, is it something that Ms. Parrott says she was a part of, or that she is relating that she was told that by Tina Patton?
No, she was a part of. So she was a part of the conversation about Mr. Wolfenbarger. So she was there and present. If that's the question.
No. So my understanding, Mr. McDermott at least has characterized that part of what Ms. Parrott is recounting is this thing that Tina Patton testified to about Mr. Wolfenbarger saying, I know where to hide a body. And my question is Ms. Parrott relating that Tina told her that, or is she saying that she was a part of the conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger and heard Mr. Wolfenbarger say that?
She's saying she heard him say it.
Okay.
But it's still unrelated. The confrontation right, when it's used, does not give you a blanket open door to the entire statement.
It's still non-testimonial, though. I mean, at least, I understand she's providing the statement that she's relating.
Of course it's testimony. It's a statement of the police.
I know. I just realized that. I'm sorry. I was thinking about her relating it to Ms. Patton.
And she's unavailable too, Your Honor. Ms. Parrott is deceased.
I'm aware of that.
So if I can have a few moments of
Oh, well, that's a good reason to have to play a testimony because she's deceased.
But anyway, I get why he objected at this point in time, but if I can have a brief moment to research the issue. so that I can see if there's any case law, one way or the other.
Okay.
Thank you.
She's going to take a minute to look at the issue further.
So do you want to take a 30-minute recess?
30?
No, I told the jury they had that I was going to give them until 11:05 or 11:10. So conduct yourselves accordingly. I do have a search warrant to take out though, so I'm going to step off the bench for a minute and deal with that.
I love this judge. And you see that clock. I think she was wrong on that time, Mama. All right.
Your Honor, so I did not find anything directly on point. However, in looking at Carlson's on evidence, specifically under the best evidence.
So they're trying to argue whether or not they can bring that video portion in of a deceased person for some reason, for a truth of the matter that has to do with Tina, excuse me.
This rule. Within it, they discuss a case out of the Arizona Supreme Court, which is persuasive authority, in which the Arizona Supreme Court, and this is in case State v. Now spell it, I think it's Prasertfong, Prasertphong, 210 Arizona 496, that the Arizona Supreme Court held that a criminal defendant waived his Sixth Amendment right to the introduction of the remainder of a co-defendant's testimonial statement where he himself introduced portions thereof. Condemning the defendant's entreaty to hold otherwise, the court remarked such a position transforms the confrontation clause from a shield to a sword. So in looking at that, what defense counsel has asked to do is to play a portion of her statement, which would be a foul of, for them, the confrontation clause, because they want half of it.
Interrupting you, but I follow your argument, but they've said they want to offer it, but they haven't actually offered it.
Correct. And what we were doing was trying to avoid that. Now the state can wait and see if the defense counsel offers the statement themselves and whether they play it on redirect or if they play it within their own case in chief and then ask for the rest of the portion to be played at that point in time.
Mr. McDermott?
So what was the date on that court case?
This is a 2005 case.
2005. And that was effectively the issue that was taken up in Hemphill v. New York by the United States Supreme Court in 2021. A defendant wanted to make reference to statements that were made, I believe it was at a plea hearing, and they were favorable to him. And then when the state moved to bring in the rest of the transcript or whatever other statements from the plea hearing, he said, no, I have a confrontation right now. And the United States Supreme Court upheld it. So whatever the Arizona Supreme Court thought about swords versus shields is irrelevant in light of what the United States Supreme Court said. And it goes a little deeper than that when you start talking about, well, no, I guess it really doesn't. It's the rule of completeness was discussed in that case. The court didn't decide on that issue, and there was some discussion of that issue in the concurrences and dissents. And so it is an undecided issue, but as the law stands currently, you can quote part and still reserve the confrontation right in the remaining parts of the statement. And the only exceptions I would think that there would be to that is if you're quoting part and leaving out a part that creates a mischaracterization. And that would have to be on the same issue, and that's not what's in play here.
And if I may, I also note that according to Carson's, and this was his 8th edition, that it appears the 11th Circuit, according to Carson, is moving in the direction of the more inclusive line of cases that hold that Rule 106 authorizes the admission of otherwise objectionable evidence. If doing so serves the purposes of the rule. So again, kind of in line with this Arizona case, it appears that the 11th Circuit is attempting to move in that direction, being more inclusive. If the defendant wants to play part of a statement that would otherwise be inadmissible, then allowing all of it to come in based upon the rule of completeness.
Thinking. I'm trying to get to a couple of cases.
It was real slow for me this morning.
And inaccurate for me in the search.
Yeah. Y'all see me. I'll go and walk them out in a few minutes. I'm gonna walk him out, and I have to lock the door behind him. That's why I always walk him out every day. That's why I used to wait until 3 o'clock to stream, because at 3 o'clock he was already gone and I wouldn't have to be interrupted to walk him out or anything like that. But we revamped our schedule, so I just feel like everybody can bear with me in that 5 minutes of me not sitting here and walking him out. So I enjoy walking my man out every day. Why are they not back yet?
The state doesn't have a confrontation right. So the only thing that I was asked to rule on previously was whether or not that statement would constitute residual hearsay. And I think it would. And that's why I said it could be offered. But at the time, the defense was attempting to offer it and no one was invoking confrontation because the defense wanted to offer it affirmatively. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
As clear as it can be anyway?
It's as clear as it can.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So does that mean, what do we need to do with this witness, practically speaking? Do you need to have her back on the stand to conclude your examination?
I do need to complete my examination, and then I believe I admitted it. I don't think I can.
Actually, you offered it, but Mr. McDermott objected, and the court hasn't ruled on that objection. That's where we stopped to have this conversation.
All right, so I'm assuming the court is going to sustain the objection.
Definitely. I'm not going to allow submission. So we're ready for that witness then and the jury?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott?
Your Honor, if I get on cross in just a couple minutes and then attempt to elicit the statement that was previously allowed, are we going to have this discussion over again?
We might. I mean, I think I've just said out loud, I've read Hemphill. I understand what it says, but I have very real concerns about the ability of a defendant to cherry pick their confrontation rights and to offer a part of a statement without invoking confrontation and then seeking to invoke confrontation to prevent the state from offering the full context of that statement. And I mean, we might need to make a further record of it, but I'm just trying to guide you that if you offer that statement, the state, I believe, I expect, is going to seek, based on Ms. Hilton's representations a moment ago, to play the remainder of it. And I very well might find that Mr. Wolfenbarger has waived his confrontation rights as to that statement by affirmatively offering that witness's statement and evidence. And again, I think it would be different if we were talking about an hours-long statement by a witness who was talking about lots of things that might or might not be relevant. But we're talking about a 5-minute statement that could probably be even pared down further, that are about that particular now deceased, through no fault of anyone else's, unavailable witness, testimony about what she personally observed and what statement she personally heard the defendant make. That's my understanding of the characterization of that statement. That Ms. Parrott, what the state wants and what you want.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's going on, boys? Day 95.
May I have the witness back, please? And deputy, we're ready for the jury.
Caesar salad. Good day.
Okay. Bring the witness back in, bring the jury back in. Judge threw every charge of the girl off her parents. I haven't watched any of that. Okay, bring in the jury.
Which Mr. Wolfenbarger had objected, and the court is going to sustain that objection. 74 will not be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
After speaking with Diane, did you speak with anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you speak with?
Christina Wolfenbarger,
And how did you speak with her?
by phone.
And was she able to provide you information regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after speaking with Christine and Diane, did you do anything else as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I put together a synopsis and submitted it to the district attorney's office.
You said you put together a
A
synopsis.
synopsis of the case, I'm sorry.
And at that time, did the district attorney's office move forward with any charges?
No, ma'am.
And did you inform Ms. Patton of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you informed her that at that time, the district attorney wasn't going to move forward with any charges, did she ask for you to interview anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did she ask for you to interview?
Rachel Karen Nelson Tucker and Kimberly Cameron.
And did you interview those people?
I could not locate Ms. Cameron. I talked to Ms. Nelson.
And in late December 2016, did you receive a call from an investigator, St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. privileged information.
Your Honor, we can approach, I can just let the court know where I'm going.
And I'm muted. I'm over here talking, y'all. I'm over here muted.
Did you speak with an investigator at St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was he an investigator?
Suwannee County, Florida.
And did he provide you information for you to follow up on?
Yes, ma'am.
And then yes or no, did you speak with a Pastor Mike Carson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak with that person in January 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
After January 2017, did you conduct any additional investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Did I understand you correctly to testify that you were part of the cadaver dog search team that was at the house?
No, I was at the house, but I wasn't part of any team. Could have a search team.
The cadaver dog search team was from another jurisdiction?
Correct.
Okay. And you said they did perform a search
Yes,
of the property and they found nothing?
correct.
And were you there when they performed the search?
I do not recall.
Okay. You said you put together a synopsis of the case.
Yes, sir.
Did that include a review of the crime lab reports?
The ones that I had at that time, yes.
Okay. And you said you did not file any charges at that time?
That's correct.
All right. No further questions?
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
Nothing from the state.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton. Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls investigator Richard Stein.
Okay.
So, just kidding.
Thank you, sir. You'll come up to the witness stand, and when you get there, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
She's not, but y'all do notice she put a robe on. I mean, you know, I was just being my little smart alecky facetious self earlier, but she went and put a robe on. I wonder if she got cold.
Stein, and my last name is Stein.
Mr. Stein, can you tell the court how you are currently employed?
I'm currently a captain with the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department.
How long have you been employed with Chattahoochee?
Okay, pause. Y'all, I'm gonna bang my head on this mic. Y'all know who Ben Stein is? No, not Ben Stein. Who's the guy? Who's the guy that does the commercial with the eyeballs that are all like red and he talks like this? Oh, his voice just hit me. I don't know what his name is. I want to say it was Stein. I might be wrong. Oh my gosh, but his voice, this guy's voice. Okay, I'm gonna try, guys.
Which Hills?
For 2 years now.
Okay. What do you do as a captain there?
I oversee patrol and investigative functions.
All right. Prior to that, where were you employed?
I was employed by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. I was an assistant chief for, I want to say, probably about 2 years.
Okay.
And then I first started at the DA's office. I was an investigator, and I was just a standard investigator. I came in under Paul Howard back in 2019.
2019. Okay. Are you familiar with when Paul Howard came into office? You familiar with that?
I know that he was in office for, I want to say, I believe it was like close to 30 years.
Okay.
If you would, sir, I apologize. Just get a little closer to that microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
I believe Paul Howard at that time, I want to say was in for approximately 30 years or so.
Okay.
That he's been.
All right. And if you describe some of your duties at the Fulton County DA's office during your tenure?
Sure. When I first started, I was at the investigator for the crimes against women and children. Basically worked up child molestation cases, rape cases, aggravated assaults, anything that basically dealt with domestic violence, I would say was my forte at that time.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you came into the Fulton County DA's office under the Paul Howard administration around 2019?
Correct.
All right. When you left the Fulton County DA's office, were you assigned to any particular unit?
Yeah. When Madam DA came in, Willis, at that point, everybody that was here, we all had to basically submit applications, resumes, and they gave us out like a list of jobs or positions that were open. So everybody that was here before had to reapply. At that time, I reapplied, and I saw that there was a capital and cold case division that I was interested in, and that's what I went out for.
Okay. Prior to that, had there been a capital and cold case division at the Fulton County DA's office?
There was, I want to say, towards maybe the beginning. I'm not overly sure of Paul Howard's, but I do know that for whatever reason, it was disbanded.
Okay. And when did that, to the best of your recollection, when was that unit recreated in the DA's office?
It was recreated. I tested for it. I ended up getting it, and it was basically January 1st of 2021, I believe. When she took office, I was immediately transferred from my current assignment to capital and cold case. We had 2 attorneys and 2 investigators.
Okay. And when you came to that cold case unit, did it already have a caseload itself?
It had a caseload as far as they were putting it together. So we had a lot of cases, and we were getting basically buy-ins from the other police departments. So we were talking a lot with Atlanta Police Department, Roswell, all the agencies within Fulton, letting them know that this is what we had now, and this is what we were looking on doing. And we were basically setting up a full cold case unit, and we were going over the cases, and we asked them if they had cases, could they please forward to them, since they would have the best recollection of cases too.
Okay. And did at any point did the Fulton County DA's office start to receive, referrals of cases to investigate?
Yes. A list was put together. I want to say it was off the top of my head, I can't remember, but it was a large list.
All right. And is that the point when you started looking into and conducting internal investigations into the cold cases?
Correct. What we would do is go down. We would see what witnesses were still available, which witnesses may have passed away, and where witnesses were. We were also looking at the evidence of what cases had physical evidence, and just solvability factors, basically.
Okay. You say solvability factors. What do you mean by that?
Of which cases would have the greatest, per se, solvability factors if we still had, I hate to say it, a lot of living witnesses, then those were the cases that were more prone to go. Or if some of the witnesses were getting to the age, then you would almost have to triage and put which ones, could go first.
Is it safe to say you need evidence that you can bring into court? Is that safe to say?
Yes.
All right. At any point, did you and your team, and specifically referring you to the initiation of the cold case unit in Fulton County DA's office, did you begin to investigate the disappearance of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How did you come to begin to investigate that case?
Originally, our 2 investigators was Adam Abate, and I'm sorry, not investigators, attorneys were Adam Abate and Adrian Love. The parents of Melissa Wolfenbarger came in, and then we ended up going out, and I want to say we went out to the scene location with the dog, and it just started from there. And then once we did that, then we started digging more and more into the case. We also contacted and met with APD, also Detective Shepard.
Okay. And what year, if you could orient us, you said the administration came in 2021. What year are you talking about this is happening?
I would say that this all would have been back in probably 2021.
Okay. And at any point, did you and your team come up with, say, a complete list or checklist of things that needed to be done on this case?
Yes.
And just ballpark, how many tasks did you come up with that you decided needed to be completed?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember basically of like a number of tasks. But I could probably give more examples of what some of the tasks were.
Well, and if you could speak to that, what types of things were you looking to complete during the period?
We were looking at evidence. So what we wanted to do was see what physical evidence we had, and we checked with APD for them to get their hands on a lot of the evidence. A lot of people at that time kind of forget that APD went through that system of, I want to say it was around 2016. It was the late teens of where they had a hack. And a lot of their evidence, even though it was in the evidence room, was irretrievable. And I've had a couple of cases where we tried to go in there and find it, and we weren't able to find it.
And so when you talk about some of the evidence is irretrievable, what types of issues did you, and you're talking about 2016 hack, what is that?
Well, I had a case.
I'm going to object to relevance unless it's about this case.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm just responding to that. There's the Atlanta Police Department, and we've heard evidence of at least one videotape that the police department had. And this is after this occurred after that evidence would have been in the property of the Atlanta Police Department. So I think this is part of the explanation of evidence that's come in during the course of this trial.
Okay, I'm going to allow it, but let's not go too far down that road.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Overruled, sir.
Okay.
You were testifying.
what we had was every now and then they had difficult locating it. So we would put in, so they may have, for example, I can't remember this case off the top of my head if there was anything that we weren't able to locate, but a phone. The phone was in their evidence room, but their evidence room is absolutely enormous. This was a separate case, and we were never able to get it. They wrote a letter saying that the phone, they had it, but it was irretrievable.
Okay. Now, you were referring to this list of items that needed to be completed. Was there an intent to present your investigation or the unit investigation to the DA for an indictment decision at some point?
Yes, yes. Basically, we all worked together on it, and we would go down the checklist. We would see what witnesses were still around. We would also go and see, like I said, what evidence and possible testing methods to test the evidence in which we did find.
Okay. And did you look at conducting any types of tests in particular on evidence related to this case?
Yes.
And walk us through what were you attempting to test in particular?
Well, we ended up having select funds for testing and for DNA testing. There was a cutting edge DNA testing that Francis Bardole from Cold Case Solutions was doing with some success. It dealt with the MVAC system. So we were trying to go through and see what evidence we had that we could use this testing and send it off. And that's basically what we did is we identified several pieces that we could send off to her.
Well, and so when you say pieces, what types of pieces are you referring to?
The evidence was basically where the severed head was found in a trash bag. So the trash bag had a knot to it. The knot was believed to be untampered with and not opened up or closed. So on her method is what she would do is hopefully take the knot and she would test the knot, slowly unravel it, trying to pull out whatever DNA may have been in the knot, if there was any. And she's had some success. And that's basically of what we were doing at that time.
Okay. And would that have also been, what year would that have taken place?
That it probably would have been around I want to say the following year, maybe 2020. It's got to be 2022, I would imagine. I would have to see. I don't know if I have.
Okay.
Yeah, 2022 is probably when it was sent off, and I don't think we got the reports back until about 2023.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did that result in information that allowed the office to proceed with an indictment?
To my knowledge, I don't know. The indictment part came after I ended up going to Chattahoochee Hills.
Okay. But to the best of your knowledge, the results of that didn't automatically trigger an indictment.
It didn't automatically. No, the results came back and everything, to the best of my knowledge, was inconclusive. It didn't really hold, unfortunately, any evidentiary type value.
And in addition to the bags themselves, was there anything else that was submitted for testing or comparison purposes?
I would need to see the list that we sent them, but it was basically just everything. I want to say it was several bags that were all sent out to Francine Bardole to test. I think some items were also some clothing. Okay. But again, I'm doing this off of memory.
All right. If you were to see a copy of the front part of the report, would that refresh your recollection as to?
Yes. It's because I know we sent buccal swabs as well. With it.
And what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is an oral swab for comparison.
Okay. And who would that, a buccal swab, would that have corresponded with a particular individual?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
It would have been with Mr. Wolfenbarger.
All right. And the testing that you're talking about this morning, is that part of the task at yourself and the unit at the DA's office? Is that part of the task that were, I guess, picked to complete before you presented that information to the DA?
Yes.
And your testimony is that once you left the DA's office, this case was still under investigation?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, it was an active investigation when you left. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
All right. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Sorry.
Mr. McDermott?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry? Do you have questions for this witness?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm ready. I do have questions.
You stated that you went out to the scene where the body had been found,
Correct.
or the remains had been found. And you were with a team of people?
Yes.
Who all was with you? Do you remember?
I was, I believe the first thing I was sometimes butchered the name. I'm not great with names, but I believe it was Cheryl McCullum. She was a CSI, or she was a crime scene tech for Hateville.
Is that what she does now?
I'm not sure if she's still with them or not.
Is she a popular podcaster on true crime?
I believe she does have a podcast. Yes.
Was Karen Greer present at the news station?
Oh, the news station. Yes, there was it ended up being a news clip about it. Yes.
Okay.
And there was a canine from, it's been a while. I can't
Some kind of
remember.
canine.
Another type of canine. Yeah.
And were the ADAs there?
Yes. At that time, it was Deputy District Attorney Adrian Love.
Okay. And that was what year? 2020, 2021?
It's got to be 2021, I would believe.
And okay. You said that one of the items you sent in for DNA testing was the bag that the head had been in.
I believe so. I'd really like to see the list if possible.
And I'll show it to you.
Okay, thank you.
But you described there being knots
Right.
tied in these bags, and
Correct.
that would have hopefully left, whoever tied those knots may have left trace DNA evidence there.
Correct.
And that's what you would have been looking for in these tests,
Yes.
was trace DNA. Okay. May I approach you on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this.
All right.
Okay, so I think what you're asking for is going to be beginning here.
Okay.
And here. But I want you to take note of the date as well.
November 23rd. Yep. That sounds about.
And I will also ask you about this document as well.
Sure. Let me just take one more look at this. Is this the same? No, this is the final.
Right.
Okay.
We'll come back to that.
That's fine. All right.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what do those documents appear to be?
They are, well, it's a report from where it was sent to Francine Bardol, and it looks like this is where she used the MFAC filter, and it's explaining each item, what the filter was bag containing.
So is it fair to say that those reports are reports from the DNA testing agency? Or company?
Yes. So there were two separate companies involved.
Who are these reports from?
All right. This one, this one's all from Pure Gold.
And you referenced the Francine Bardol, is her name on that?
Right. So Francine Bardol is, here she is, but her company's listed underneath.
Okay.
Cold Case Solutions and Resources.
So it appears she was subcontracting out the work.
Correct. What she would do is that she would process the evidence, and then there was only very limited places that was able to do the DNA in a short time frame, and that's where we used the other company. I want to say that it was Susan Bryan was the one that worked the evidence.
Okay. And in the list, I'll ask you to do that.
Sure.
And does that list reflect an item 8.1?
Yes.
And what was item 8.1?
It says a bag containing a mixture of DNA. Do you want me to read it?
Sure, go ahead and read the results, if you will.
Okay. A mixture of DNA consists with originating from at least 5 contributors, with at least 2 male contributors, was obtained from item number 5.
Thank you. And now if you would please,
Yes.
would you please read the results on that second report that you sent?
Yes. On this one, it says Christopher Wolfenbarger is excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from item 8.1.
Your Honor, the statement stipulated to the disabilities.
What are the exhibit numbers?
And I would like to move to enter defendants 8 and 9, please.
And because there's a stipulation, Mr. Fawcett, I assume there's no objection?
No objection.
Okay, defendants 8 and 9 are admitted. Go ahead.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fawcett, additional follow-up for this witness?
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just because we just had a recent break, I was planning to take a little bit, to keep going and take a little bit later lunch, just, okay, get nods. So, Mr. Fawcett, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Detective Shepard.
a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand to swear you in.
Yes, ma'am.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Please state and spell your full name for the board.
Detective Jarion Shepherd. That's JARIONSHEPHARD.
Detective Shepard, where are you currently employed?
The Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
And what capacity?
I currently work within the homicide unit, our cold case and complex squad that we have within the unit.
How long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Close to 23 years.
And can you describe your duties?
Yes, I primarily work cold case and complex cases within the homicide unit, whatever complex case comes up in the city limits of Atlanta, and of course, cold cases.
Okay. How many homicide cases would you say you've worked at the city?
Close to 500.
All right. And if you could walk us through, how do you begin the process of receiving information on a case and then beginning the investigation?
So instead of the cold case, when a homicide comes in, we get the location, we verify the location, the venue, make sure it's inside the city limits of Atlanta. We respond to the scene. We make sure that scene is secure. We make sure the evidence has all been numbered and appropriately documented.
Okay. And what about what is considered a cold case?
When all investigative leads have been exhausted.
And what does that mean when you say investigative leads?
So say, for instance, witnesses, they've been spoken with. There's no leads on new witnesses. Evidence is gone stale. Things of that nature make a case go cold.
Okay. Is there a specific unit at the Atlanta Police Department designated to look into cases that have been unsolved?
Yes, that's currently the cold case squad that I'm a part of.
Okay. And when did you become a part of that unit?
Within the cold case unit, I would say around 2020.
How many cases you currently sign?
Primarily, I'm close to 100 cases.
All right. And how do you determine which of your cases to prioritize in your cold case, the amount of cold cases that you have?
So, of course, we look at the solvability factors. We take a look at each case, determine what factors need to be looked at first. We make that a priority. In those cases, we do take a more in-depth look at.
Okay. And at the time you came into investigating this case, and we're talking about the State versus Christopher Wolfenbarger, were you knowledgeable about the previous investigation that had been done?
Correct.
What did you do to become familiar with the previous work that had been done in this case?
So the first thing I do when I get a cold case, I get the entire file. I look over the file, I read it, make copies of everything so I can make my personal notations, document all witnesses that are available. I make a priority list on who I need to interview, what I need to interview, make a list of the evidence that's available is within the case, and also be sure to contact the original detective if he's available, he or she's available.
Okay. And who was the original detective on this case?
Detective Calhoun.
All right. All right. Did you meet with Detective Calhoun?
I did.
How many times throughout your investigation and after the case was indicted did you meet with Detective Calhoun?
Numerous times. We spoke on the phone, we met in person.
Okay. Did you review Detective Calhoun's reports that he wrote prior to his retirement?
I did, and also summarized all of his case file, his notes. And of course, I like to always have the original detective read over it to make sure it's accurate.
Okay. Did you look into the background and lifestyle of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
And at the time you came into the investigation, did you have a suspect in mind, a person of interest?
Yes.
And who was that?
Christopher Wolfenbarger.
And was there anything about the background of Melissa Wolfenbarger and her lifestyle that led you to focus on Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes, they had a violent, tumultuous relationship between the two.
Where did you receive information, or where did you look to find information about the lifestyle of Melissa?
The first thing we like to look at is, of course, what's documented, police reports and things of that nature.
Did you speak to her relatives?
I did.
Did you attempt to locate and speak to people that were friends with Melissa?
Yes.
What about anyone that lived on the street or in the same area as the Brookline residents?
Yes.
Did you also look into see if there were any previous state or criminal cases related to domestic violence?
Yes.
And what in particular can you say about investigating homicide cases, in particular homicide cases where there might be domestic violence involved? What can you say, tell the jury about those types of investigations?
We come across those type of investigations often. They're also a result of some type of passion that includes jealousy and things of that nature. That's really what kind of resonates when it comes to domestic violence cases.
Okay. And are you familiar with domestic violence cases where there's been a case or a protective order that has been issued in connection with the case?
Correct, yes.
Is that something that happens often?
It is, especially when you have one partner that's very aggressive. And of course, the victim in that situation, that they're very afraid, and that's the one of the recourses they can take.
Okay, and they muted. Why did they mute? They're telling secrets. Shh. They still can't make up their mind.
Your Honor, at this time, I have several self-authenticating documents I would tender into evidence at this time. I have Exhibit 24, which is a certified document of a petition seeking relief from family violence. That is a state's Exhibit 24.
Mr. McDermott? I'm sorry, Mr. Samuel?
No, we just reviewed them. We don't object to these documents.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 24 is admitted.
Okay. I have Exhibit 26, which is a certified self-authenticating document. It is a Rule 9 Psi from that, setting that court date down. So it's Exhibit 26.
26 is admitted.
I have State's Exhibit 28. It is the state certified document. It is the actual formal motion to debt docket the case, a formal case, the battery case in March of 1999. And that is Exhibit 28.
Okay, no, there was no objection by the defense, so 28 is also admitted.
And I have printed out a copy of what was admitted yesterday, Exhibit 27. That's a self-authenticating document. It is the request for dismissal.
Right, it's already in evidence.
That was
Exhibit
27. Yes, sir. All right. Okay, now, for the record, Detective Shepard, I'm going to publish what's been tendered and admitted as State's Exhibit 24. All right. Do you see that State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And what is that?
That looks like a protective order.
Okay. What is a protective order?
It's a temporary protective order. It's an order given by the court to the person that's seeking this order for some type of protection from the person that they're putting a TPO against. We call it TPO, a temporary protective order.
All right. Now, when you looked at the information, the notes, the summaries from Detective Calhoun, when you spoke to family and friends, were you aware that there was a July 21st, 1998 battery committed by this defendant against Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to look at reports related to that?
I did.
Were you aware upon reviewing those reports that there were visible observed injuries to the person who was Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
All right. At that point, were you concerned, or did you at least factor that this could be related to domestic violence?
Absolutely.
All right. Was that why Christopher Wolfenbarger was the primary suspect?
Yes.
And does it indicate on State's Exhibit 26 the marital status of Melissa Wolfenbarger's claim?
Yes, that she was married.
Okay. And does it also indicate that in the same household?
Yes.
Now, after a petition is ordered by the court, you're familiar with Court dates that would be scheduled subsequent to that. Are you familiar with those court dates?
Yes.
Is that fairly common for a petitioner to file a complaint and then have a court order a date for that issue to be heard?
Yes, it's very common.
Okay. I am publishing State's Exhibit. Yeah, State's Exhibit 26. Can you tell the court what that is?
That's going to be the petition for court.
All right. Well, is that in fact the rule not setting it down on July 29th?
Correct.
Okay, that's 1998. So that would have been the date that Melissa and the defendant would have showed up to, I guess, address whether or not there should have been a protective order in place. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 27.
Oh,
Melissa and the defendant would have showed up to court
Yes, it is.
based on the previous paperwork.
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, is that the first time you've heard of where a
well, just because I'm not sure if he's going to read it, I'm going to read it. It says plaintiff versus Christopher Wolfenbarger, or Chris Wolfenbarger, petitioner's dismissal. The above case hearing come on for a hearing after hearing from the petitioner petitioner of his or her wish to dismiss this petition. It's hereby ordered that the petition seeking relief from family violence be dismissed without prejudice. So that's what that is.
a petitioner would request for a case to be dismissed?
It's not that you don't see that often.
What about
Meat hush.
case that you investigated, not wanting to proceed with the investigation? Is that uncommon?
No, that's not uncommon.
What do you mean by that?
Usually when the victims of domestic violence, it's a pattern, a toxic pattern they fall back into with the person, with the abuser, and they usually fall right back into that pattern.
Yeah. So when you see request for dismissal, are you at this point, are you disregarding the possibility of there being ongoing domestic violence?
No, I'm not disregarding that at all.
Now, turn your attention to State's Exhibit 28. To the best of your knowledge, did that case involving this defendant for the July 1998 attack against Melissa Wolfenbarger, did that ever make its way to court?
No, it did not.
And do you know why?
She never showed up for court.
Okay. And referring you to State's Exhibit 28, do you see what's on that board?
Yes.
And can you read what is depicted in writing under the motion to death document?
Is it unable to locate victim, warrant case, violation and probation for non-reporting?
Okay. And what date is that? That document was signed?
March 15th, 1999.
Okay. Do you recall the date that, based on your investigation, that the head of Melissa Wolfenbarger was located across the Avon Avenue location?
I believe it's in April 99.
Okay, so that's after, roughly about a month after that.
Correct.
All right. The month after they had to dismiss the case because they couldn't find her.
Correct.
Did you look into whether or not Melissa and the defendant had any children?
I did.
And what did your investigation reveal?
He had a boy. They had a boy together and a young female.
And what about living conditions? Where were the children living at the time of the death?
With Christopher's mother.
Did you actually make your way to the Avon Avenue location?
I did.
And did you go to the Brookline Street location?
I did.
All right. How many times have you gone out to that location?
Multiple times.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibit 76. Tell the court if you recognize that location.
Yes, it's an overall bird's eye view of the location where her head and extremities were found.
Okay. And specifically, is that an overall view of the Avon Avenue location?
Correct.
And is that an overall view of the location where Action Glass, the business, is located?
Correct.
And did you also, had you been to those locations to observe them with your own eyes?
Yes.
Have you also actually gone and visited the residence at 824 Brookline Street where the Wolfenbargers lived at during that period?
Yes.
And is that location depicted on that State's Exhibit 76 as well?
Yes, it's all contained in this photo.
All right. And the depiction listed on State's Exhibit 76, is it a fair and accurate representation of that area that contains the Avon Avenue location, Action Glass, and the 824 Brookline Street location?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to turn evidence, State's Exhibit 76.
No objection. Go ahead, submitted,
Permission to publish?
permission granted.
Okay. Now, with the court permission, Detective Shepard, if you could.
Why do they blink
point
the
to
sound?
location where Action Glass is. It's here. All right. And the significance of that. All right. And the Brookline area, did you actually see the Brookline Street?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you actually yourself go to locations where the head was located,
Yes, I did.
as well as the extremities?
Yes.
All right. In relationship to the job where Wolfenbarger worked and the residence, you show the jury on the map where the head and extremities were located.
So Action Glass 858 Avon is here. The head was roughly here, and the extremities were located in this area.
And did you actually walk that location between where the head was located, the extremities, and Action Glass?
Yes.
Generally, can you talk as to how many feet, if you can recall, that distance would be?
Maybe 30 feet.
All right. And did you drive that location from Action Glass to the 824 Brookline Street?
Yes.
And roughly how long of a drive is that?
Less than a minute.
Okay. Is that the geography, the location of the residence, the job, was that significant at all in your investigation?
Absolutely, it was significant.
And why is that?
It's all in close proximity to Christopher Wolfenbarger's work address, home address, and the location where we found everything.
Now, as far as the actual remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger that were located, you where all of her remains were located?
Melissa's torso has never been found.
And did that, was there anything about that caused you to look into anything else in terms of this investigation?
It did. It raised a lot of suspicion because she was under the belief that she was pregnant.
Okay. And why was that significant in your investigation?
I thought it was significant because that's the only portion of her body that was never found.
Did you have evidence or did you uncover in your investigation that Melissa Wolfenbarger was involved with another male at that time?
I did.
Did you know that person to be Thomas Dixon?
It is him, correct.
And did you receive any information during the course of the investigation that Christopher Wolfenbarger was aware of Thomas Dixon?
I did.
And what information did you receive?
Of course, Thomas Dixon stated, but also Christopher admitted that she was possibly involved with the male.
Okay. Did he have any other information about that male that you may have been involved with other than the male?
That they worked in the same Waffle House?
Okay. Was that the information that led you to believe that it was Thomas Dixon?
Correct.
Was that impactful to you, the fact that the defendant was aware of who Melissa Wolfenbarger was seeing?
Yes, it was.
And why is that?
Because that, again, when I spoke about jealousy being a main component of domestic violence, that raised a red flag for me immediately.
Now, you mentioned, let me ask you this. Is it significant at all for a homicide investigator to try to determine the cause of death?
It is significant.
Did you make an attempt to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And in doing that, did you observe the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
Was there anything significant about the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger that led you to look in any other directions during the course of your investigation?
No, her head was removed with a saw.
Okay. You mentioned a saw.
Correct.
All right. Is it your testimony that at some point a saw became important in your investigation?
It's very important in my investigation.
All right. Did you observe remains and what appeared to be marks on the remains?
Yes.
And at any point in your investigation, did you make an attempt to see if the defendant had been in possession of the saw at some point?
I did.
What efforts did you make to determine that?
I interviewed his former employers.
Okay. Who was that?
That's Mr. Brock at the Action Glass at 858 Avon.
All right. Where did you interview them at?
In their residence.
Now, was that the only time that they had been interviewed by law enforcement?
No, during the early part of the investigation, they were interviewed by Detective Calhoun.
Okay. And you interviewed them again?
Correct.
Ronald Brock?
Yes.
Cindy Brock?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you interviewing them?
We always like to follow up and tie up any loose ends. And significant enough time had passed, so I needed to follow up and make sure.
Okay.
With that interview.
Did you inquire about Saw in particular on the date that you interviewed them when you went out?
I did.
Were they able to provide you information?
Yes.
What information did they provide you?
Hearsay, Your Honor, objection.
And in response to that, Judge,
Brock?
yes,
Okay.
as it relates to Cindy Brock's statement, her statement in particular has been the foundation was laid and it was impeached. That statement was played in front of the jury. So at this point, it's substantive evidence. It would be admissible.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Sandy.
And what did the Brock say?
Christopher was terminated because it was believed that he stole a saw, a reciprocal saw.
Okay. So they recalled this off.
Correct.
They recalled him, I guess, a belief at that time that he took it.
Correct.
And they also recalled never receiving the saw back. Is that also correct?
Correct.
All right. And was that consistent with the remains that you observed of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, her limbs and her head were removed by saw because there were saw tool markings on those bones.
Now, you referenced an interview with this defendant. Well, a statement that he made.
Correct.
Where did that take place?
At his home.
Do you recall the time period of that interview?
It was early on when I got the case. I want to say it's back in 2021. It took place at his residence in Griffin, Georgia.
Okay. And would that have been roughly the same year you got assigned this case?
Correct.
All right. Who was present when the interview took place?
My supervisor at the time, Sergeant Layton.
So just yourself and Sergeant Layton?
Correct.
All right. Who was present at the residence, Christopher Wolfenbarger, when you arrived?
It was a young lady who answered the door. I don't recall her name, but he described her as his wife and just her and Christopher. I'm sorry.
All right. How long did that take place? The interview itself? Yes.
Approximately maybe an hour, a little bit over.
All right. And was this outside, inside? Where in the residence did this take place?
It was inside of his living room.
Okay. All right. So it's yourself, Sergeant Layton, and the defendant.
Correct.
All right. Was he willing to speak with you at that time?
Yes, he was.
All right. At any point, did you tell the defendant he was under arrest?
No point.
Did you have your cuffs out? Did you point a gun at him?
No, it was non-custodial.
Okay. And so you never told the defendant that he wasn't free to leave?
Never.
Did you give him the impression that it wasn't voluntary what he was speaking to you? He didn't have a choice to voluntarily make a statement to you?
No, I did not give him that.
All right. And did you make an attempt to find out information about his wife's disappearance at the time you interviewed him?
Yes.
In particular, did you make an attempt to inquire as to why he didn't report his wife missing?
I did.
Was that when you were able to, I guess, get confirmation that he was aware of Thomas Dixon as well?
Correct.
And did you make an attempt to get information about whether the defendant was in possession of a saw at any point?
I did.
And did he speak to you about all those items?
Yes, he spoke to me about all of them.
So I hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 30 and 38. Have you had an opportunity to look at these exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And specifically as to 30A, you looked at it?
Correct.
And what is that exhibit?
It's the interview, recorded interview with Christopher.
All right, on the date that you can testify to?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair accurate representation of the interview that took place on that day?
Yes.
All right. That's exhibit 30. I have exhibit 38. Have you had a chance to review and sign back this document as well?
Yes.
All right. And is this also an interview which you conducted with the defendant on the day you did testify to?
Correct.
All right. And is this also a very accurate representation of that interview that you conducted?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will continue to evidence State's Exhibit 30, which is an interview conducted by Detective Shepard, and State's Exhibit 30A, which is a redacted by Detective Shepard.
Mr. Samuel?
We need to confirm the redaction, but no objection assuming that.
Okay, Exhibit 30 is admitted. Exhibit 30A is admitted subject to confirmed redactions.
Well, so 30 is not in evidence. 30A is.
He's offered it into evidence.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Okay, we're approaching again. And that was a quick approach.
And for the record, Your Honor, this may be about 12 minutes, just for timing purposes.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, the state's going to play an audio recording that they've offered into evidence. You will likely notice, I think you've heard me and the lawyers mention some redactions. You'll likely notice as you watch it that things have been removed. I want to instruct you that the fact that things have been removed is not any concern of yours, and that you shouldn't speculate about what was removed or why it was removed or what might have been there that the court instructed. Understand that it's been done in my direction. And again, concern yourself with what's being demonstrated to you, not what might have also been there. Okay? Thank you all. Mr. Fawcett, the state may demonstrate the evidence that they choose.
I mean, before that, where did she work? At that time, the wall, I've been like, she worked out and that's when she wanted there. Where was work? At the glass company, around the corner.
All right, so when was the last time you saw Melissa?
And that's the thing, I don't know if I remember the last time was, because I remember, like, she would come and go, okay? And we'll say that it wasn't like, we're happy-go-lucky, she's sitting right here one day and then she was up and gone. And I don't know if that's the way,
So you kind of, would you describe your relationship as tumultuous or like on again, off again? You know,
it was rocky there towards the end, mainly I think because it was her family so far trying to get back in her head and trying to make her think things and these things. And
like what?
she never had a relationship with her sister at all. And then towards the end, I guess everybody has a need to want, family and want to build up and want that type of thing. And I think there towards the end, maybe she tried a little to try to get back with them or to do what. But I don't think it was near what they made it seem like, that she was there all the time, or she leaving cards, pictures. And I know that did happen sometimes, she did, but the struggle that we had a common goal of what we were trying to accomplish. We had several blocks in a row.
Which was to go to California.
Just to get away to fix that. She
saw it?
So the last actual time I remember was like, I woke up and she was gone. Like she woke, we were in another night and she left. And I don't know if that was the last time or the last time when I dropped her off at the train station to go to work. If it was a exact, I
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that the last time you saw her, you were driving up to your house on Brookline and saw her walking down the street? And that was the last time you saw her.
I don't know if it was saying that, but it's possible.
Okay.
I just
So
don't.
maybe that the last time you saw her, that she said she was going to the train station. But something to that effect. I'm not saying we're verbatim, that's what you said. But it was something along those lines.
I'll give you that.
But does that sound like it's accurate?
Again, it could be. I don't know.
But do you remember that incident, or can you recall that happening almost about the home driving up or walking down the road? Does that ring any bells?
I mean, that's usually the way it happens because we only have one car.
Okay.
You know, if
So
there
she
was,
was walking to the train station to try to go to work or something?
or I do a ride, or she, sometimes she just wanted to walk.
Okay.
You know? We're not talking about that train station far away, we're talking about here, like, the road.
Right. Yeah, within six, so I understand. But talking about that specifically, do you remember that day specifically? Did you remember? Well, I think we would like to ask you, what was she wearing? Do you remember? Did she have a purse with her? You know? So you don't, but the last time you saw her, when you came back home, she wasn't there. Where was her stuff? She didn't have a car, she couldn't move it, so it was still there in the house?
I mean, she left it just like that, it was only like just a small, I mean, kind of the same thing I did. I mean, when I lost my job, my grandma actually was gonna sell the house, everything, when I left, I would take part of it, I would go live in Waffle, so whatever little.
After the last time you saw her, or back when she left, did you tell her family? Did you tell your family? You didn't tell her that your wife left?
I mean, she had left many times before that. When she would leave to go, I never knew that was the last time I was gonna see her. If I did, I would have, freaking kept her.
After like a month or two, you didn't think that was?
After a while, I was thinking that she had split and moved on. I mean, there was, she was maybe seeing the guy and everything that was up there, or I know that she was living with in Buford or so. I can't remember the last one with Buford or Eastern Point.
Was she seeing somebody?
I don't know if she was seeing somebody else, but there was this dude, and I would say his girlfriend, that sometimes that she would stay with him in like a common lodge out that way.
And how did she know this?
She worked with him.
Work with a girl or with a guy?
I want to say the guy and the girl that worked there, but I could be wrong. I know the guy worked there, but I know that it was a couple, because there was one time that they had called me and said that they were moving and she had to go do something, and then she had to do something else.
This was before the last time you saw her, right?
Well, that's
That's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering. I'm not misunderstanding. I'm not trying to trick you or confuse you.
No,
I just want you to remember.
I'm trying to figure it all out.
If you were there, I was. So that's why. If I want to clear that. I just want you to be accurate. All right. So the year goes by. Still don't tell anybody that she's gone.
I mean, I'm figuring that she's already done. I mean, we were always talking about changing her name, and she had the stuff there.
Right.
When she got to the point where she was unhappy with me, I'm not trying to push myself in anybody's life that doesn't want me there. I mean, everybody over. Everything's going there. I try to push. And really looking back at it, I was wrong. All the way around with both of them. Maybe I should try to push more. Try to do it with.
You said you lost your job, but and with the job last company, why did you lose your job?
Man, this guy, now, there's a lot of things going on right there with that. But, and I do now the same thing pretty much I did then. I mean, I work on both players and things on the side. And there was a guy that, I don't know who stole things, there was a saw that was missing. And I can tell you the exact guy that I borrowed this tools from and everything, I didn't steal their saw, period.
What did I?
Look at each other, stole the saw, because the saw was missing. I lived around the corner and he drove past my house and he seen the back of the Volkswagen, right there, the top was cut off.
So you thought you got something off your car?
And I thought, I don't know anything about it. And then there was that, and then there was something where I drove through the toll plaza thing on 400. There was just a bunch of little things, and that was just the last straw.
Maybe you go to the toll plaza.
There used to be a thing where you could go and go through it. And I was like,
want to say equal. Yes. Okay, you're right. I was under the understanding that, there's kind of things there, I mean, what's the little thing? That was just what I thought. There was no. They just let you go. Right. That body joint. Well, man, do it, and, it comes everywhere. I've always thought I tried to tell whatever, but I said last straw.
Did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get an altercation in there?
I don't remember. I saw that on the internet. I don't remember that.
You guys said he came up there and beat you up.
And it seems like I would remember that, but I don't know.
You driving a yellow Volkswagen?
I never had that.
Never go to the
What?
You never yelled at him?
Never. Nope. I've never, I haven't taken this year.
You got it. All right. What do you think happened?
Man, every which way I think about it, it has to go back. If her parents didn't do it correctly, it had to be something indirect around. I would be mothering.
So when you found out that the body was found just around the corner from where you were, and the body had been dismembered with a saw,
I didn't know that the body was dismembered with a saw at all.
you know the body was dismembered?
I heard that. Nobody ever said a saw. I heard about it. Nobody ever gave it. I don't talk to you about it. Say that to me. I didn't know that until it was on the internet. Honestly,
So what motive would her family have to kill?
I mean, so this is how strange that they got away with this stuff for all these years, and then all of a sudden, right, as we split up doing this right here, all of a sudden he ends up, I don't know if she came to them needing money, or.
Do you think it's likely that her own family murdered her up and cut her?
Man, her own family killed her family and friends.
Yeah, I know he committed murder.
So his family and friends.
Well, why would he kill her? What would be the motive? He's involved in, your family's involved in criminality, and you're trying to protect yourself from going to jail. That's a motive to kill someone. What motive would he had to kill her?
No, we knew what he did. Her dad was like one of our.
So you weren't worried about him coming after you, and he's going to cut up his own daughter?
How did he come after me? I didn't do anything. I didn't come to, here's what I'm saying, man. I don't know if she needed money, or, and they've come to him and threatened him in that way, and, and they did, maybe they're drunk, and what, I don't know. You can't say this one speculation, because I don't know. But I feel like the hell, if they're serial killers that have killed their family and friends, and something happens to their family. Okay, first of all,
serial killer power does kind of unusual. Okay.
Let's talk about this, okay?
Well, I'm not here to talk about I'll deal with their family.
Right.
Speculation.
Well, let's look at facts. Facts. You said that she was put in bags.
I didn't say that.
Well, what's on the internet that she was in a lot?
I didn't say that.
So she put in bags.
I said that.
We're being straight up here. I'm trying to
From what I understand, the body parts had washed out of an area onto the street. Now, the old bags were covered there, so would you make the assumption that they may have been in bags? Yes. But I was there, see, so I can't.
Nobody has been straight up with me on this. Okay? And everything that I'm learning is this was through the internet. And we all know how the internet lies, and it's a whole
I agree with you 100%.
everything that the internet said about me, living under a different name, try to hide it, definitely lie.
And that's why I'm asking you about that, because I'm not going to go off on speculation from the internet.
For the record, okay, Your Honor, for the record, that stopped at 12 minutes and 31 seconds, and we'll proceed with testimony. Now, Detective Shepard, we've just heard the interview. That was the interview you've been testifying about?
Yes, sir.
And at the conclusion of that interview, was the defendant free to go about his way?
Yes, he was.
All right. Did you get the answers that you were looking for, or the information that you were looking for related to the saw in question?
I did.
And what about information you inquired as to whether or not he actually looked for his wife?
I did.
And as you were investigating the case, was that just looking at what you would expect? Was that what you expected Christopher Wolfenbarger to do? Did you expect him to look for Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Absolutely. It's a red flag, a giant red flag for me. I would expect for a husband to look for their missing wife, and that's what he did not do.
All right. Now that interview is in 2021. And do you continue your investigation after that?
Yes.
And in the course of continuing your investigation.
So, this poor judge, I just noticed she's taking her robe off again. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. She's having a rough day. She's really having a rough day. This guy's been on the stand for a while. The dogs are being good. They relax. They calm down. I'll show video real quick. Look, they're laying in their bed. Hey, me, what you doing, baby? And Lola back there in the back with her chewy stuff. But yeah, they're being good. They're being good. The babies are on their couch. They're doing their little snuggles. So, okay.
Do you attempt to continue to interview witnesses?
Yes.
At this point, had you located Thomas Dixon?
Yes.
All right. And in what year did you locate Thomas Dixon?
I just recently was able to sit down with Thomas Dixon.
Okay. Well, specifically in 2021, were you able to locate Thomas Dixon?
No, he had a lot of different addresses, and every address that I checked, he was not there anymore.
Okay. So you looked in multiple places?
Okay, they're talking about the gentleman that was on the stand yesterday that claimed to have an affair with Melissa. That was like out of the blue. That, yeah, we had no clue that was going to happen. But yeah, that's who they're talking about, is the gentleman that was on the stand yesterday. Hey, Cindy, how are you, love? Hope you're having a blessed day.
Is that your testimony?
All over North Georgia, yes.
And that was at the beginning of in 2021 when you started?
Correct.
And your testimony is that very recently you spoke to Thomas Dixon. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And when did you actually speak with Thomas Dixon?
I would say maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Did that impact your ability to proceed with the investigation, being able to locate certain witnesses, in particular, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, it's always a good impact when I can actually get hands on a witness and talk to him face to face.
Did you make any attempts to locate Miss Diane Perot?
I did.
And were you successful in that?
I believe Miss Perot is deceased.
Okay. Is that what your investigation revealed?
Correct.
And is that one of the common issues the police department faces when investigating cold cases?
Yes, every year that a case gets cold, it's potential to lose witnesses and involved parties.
Okay. At any point, do you present your investigation to the DA's office for an indictment decision?
Yes.
And what year do you do that?
Just recently, last year.
Okay, the 2024?
Correct.
And after an indictment, what happens after an indictment?
So once a warrant has been obtained and it's been indicted, of course, we assign all of our outstanding warrants to our fugitive unit.
Okay. And you familiar with Sergeant O'Hare?
Correct.
And who was Sergeant O'Hare in relationship to this case?
He was the investigator in charge of apprehending Christopher.
Okay. Do you look to see how a person responds when they're confronted or confronted by law enforcement, in particular with an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Do you look to see if that person is cooperative or if they attempt to get away or do something else?
Yes.
And did you have an impression in this case as whether or not the defendant was cooperative?
No, the defendant was not cooperative in this case.
What do you mean by that?
I understand at the time of his apprehension, he hid in a makeshift cupboard behind an appliance inside of his home. It took him maybe 30 minutes to find him.
And why was that significant?
Well, it's significant because he's obviously made an attempt to evade arrest. And I thought that was kind of odd because it's almost like it was anticipation that it was coming.
One more, Judge.
Sure.
You know, the closed captions they're off the chain. They're never like what they're supposed to be. The other day it was saying pension and it typed penis. And I was like, oh my God, the closed caption has gone off the rails today. Yeah, it was supposed to type something about somebody's pension plan and they typed
So
penis
it's
plan.
12:56. We're going to call that 1 o'clock and then try and get you back in here as close to 2 p.m. as we can. Thank you all very much. We are on break for lunch.
Okay, go
Yes,
to
sir.
lunch. So we get to fly through lunch because we're special like that.
It's either answering hypothetical questions or talking
Uh-oh.
And
Okay.
violence, often works.
Well, let's back up more because he's still talking. I need to see what he's talking about. It does. Journey talks text. I know. And you know what? Sometimes my accent will cause issues with my talk to text. Because sometimes I get really, really redneckish accent when I talk.
Of the domestic violence expert.
That's correct, Your Honor. I assume she's the next witness, is that right? Or no?
Yours too, Joe.
Maybe, no, it'll be Hawthorne, I believe. It might be the next episode.
Is Hopfield the medical examiner?
No, Hawthorne is the.
It said Holt. They're saying Hotfield.
Okay, but presumably that will be relatively quick.
It is quick, Judge, just so the court's aware, it is quick, but the defense agreed to allow us to present her via Zoom. There was some issues with her travel.
Okay.
So I want to send her the Zoom link now.
Okay.
And then we just need to let the court know to let her on when she's ready.
Sure. And
James will be today.
That's what we said.
We believe so, yes.
I'll assume we are making good use of our time then.
okay.
We talked about this last Monday, I think, in our pretrial motions hearing. The issue is whether Dr. James, Dr. Rosa James, kind of what the scope of her testimony is going to be. She doesn't know any of the facts of this case. I think we all agree with that. She hasn't seen any police reports. She hasn't interviewed any witnesses. She is, I've heard different phrases used, but a witness who has no knowledge of the facts and instead is simply going to educate the jury about, I don't know what, but in general, the behavior of perpetrators and victims of domestic violence. It is my fear that is going to involve hypothetical questions, which will, in effect, serve to educate her about the facts of this case, many of which will be contested, probably.
Stop. I did not see that. Which lawyer are you talking about? Girl, I did not see that. You make me want to rewind now. Ugh. I'm having a problem with this guy talking. He keeps going and he keeps smacking his lips, and I'm like, dude, come on already. And that it will be, under 403, an improper way of introducing expert testimony. But more importantly, even if it is limited to hypothetical questions, and I don't understand. Let me just get to the point. What the bottom line is? What is the final conclusion that the expert's going to say? If she's going to say, it is not uncommon for people to ask for TPOs and then withdraw them. And here's how the cycle of violence, often works. I'm not saying it's true in this case, but this is in fact known to doctors, sociologists, psychologists, whatever. First of all, we've already had the testimony. We just had that from the detective who said, oh, it's not uncommon at all for people to withdraw their TPOs. But fine, if they want to do that one more time, TPOs. But fine, if they want to do that one more time, I'm less concerned. I'm not going to say I'm not concerned, but I'm less concerned. What really concerns me is what we got a taste of last Monday when she started talking about the threat of leaving increases the lethality rate by whatever the percentage was. And even more importantly, any suggestion that there is a history of abuse here other than what's in evidence is completely inappropriate. Right? I mean, we can't be having this witness either answering hypothetical questions or talking about the cycle of violence. I mean, if you just look at her chart, it's over and over and over again. You get beaten up, you complain, then you make love. Then you get beaten up again, and you make love, and you complain. And there's no evidence of that in this case. And I can't understand why the prosecution should be allowed to put up an expert to pretend it is the evidence in this case, and then to get an opinion that this is common in the field. My basic argument is that under 404B, that's essentially propensity evidence anyways. You're essentially saying he did it in the past and therefore he's guilty of this case. And as we talked about last week, the law on this subject has become crystal clear that
The prosecution has to be specific and precise about the reason that the evidence is being offered of prior acts of violence. If it's a self-defense case, it can be offered to prove it's unlikely self-defense because he used the same defense last time. If it's a lack of knowledge case, it wouldn't really be applicable here. If it is a
Sir, sorry, sir, if you could step outside. Thank you. That's okay. That was the record will reflect that was the witness who's on the stand. I've asked you to step outside.
That's fine.
Oh,
Or even lack of intent. None of those are issues in it. This is a whodunit. This is strictly who committed the crime. And even if they have, by preponderance of the evidence or something that would satisfy, the court that's at least admissible evidence that there were some prior episodes of, Oh, that's okay.
We just didn't know where the noise was coming from. We're all like, go ahead.
I lost track, of course, but and that was intentional on the DA's part. I'm
Sure, he's absolutely messing with you.
The point is, in a case in which the defendant denies doing it at all, the threshold for similarity and for the admissibility of 404B evidence is far higher. As I said the other day, it has to literally be the mark of zero. You can't say that he denied doing it, but by golly, we're going to prove it wasn't self-defense. Nobody's ever said it was self-defense. They can't, they can't say, he denies doing it, but by golly, we're going to prove whatever he did with intent, or, a course of conduct, which isn't even an accepted one under the Georgia rules anymore. So they just need to be precise now, ahead of time, instead of making me jump up and down with the jury.
What is that?
Your Honor, I apologize. In preparation to get ready, we were setting up a booth, but we're done.
Okay, thank you.
I think you understand my point. If you're going to use it for identity, you have to show only this person could have perpetrated the crime because of his MO. This is the way he operates. He kills people and then he dismembers them.
Yes, I love that. Was a good trial. The
then
Apple
can
River.
put in evidence of prior dismemberments he's
I
committed.
watched the whole thing
In
too.
order to prove that he is the most likely candidate for being the perpetrator in this case. But other than that, the fact that he allegedly, and I stress that because I don't even know where the evidence is going to come from at this point, that he allegedly scratched her arm, dragged her down the sidewalk on one occasion, and I mean, there's been inconsistent evidence of there's no other arrests, no other contact with police, no hospitalizations, no doctor's reports, no pictures. There's nothing else other than the one TPO in July of 1998. So I think the DA should be obligated to preview what she plans to do and make sure that it's acceptable to the court.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel. Ms. Hilton.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. As we discussed last Monday with the testimony of Ms. James, we advised the court that we would be bringing Ms. James up towards the conclusion of the case, or not the conclusion, but towards the end of the case after we believe evidence of violence would be admitted. At this time, Your Honor, the court has not just heard about a July 1998 incident, but the court has heard through the witness Tina Mae Patton about an instance in which she saw her sister come to their job at the Waffle House, that she saw bruises on her sister's neck, that when she asked her sister, either one remembrance is either her sister said it was Chris, or when she asked it was Chris, her sister kind of indicated in some way to confirm that that's who perpetrated that injury on her. We also know that there was a secondary time in which Tina Mae wanted to confront Chris about the abuse he was perpetrating on her sister, and her sister asked her not to approach him in fear of what that may do to him. We also know that there is testimony, and this is the state's position, that this defendant moved her to a community in which she had no familiarity, did not know anyone, which we believe would be a form of isolation, that when they moved to that community, she never spoke to any family, she never spoke to any neighbors, she never spoke to anyone there, so she was pretty much just in the house. I believe Miss Dorothy Jones, or Dorothy Cooley, testified herself that she never, didn't even know her name, never spoke to her, even though Mr. Wolfenbarger had a relationship or a friendship of such with with Ms. Cooley, and we believe that is evidence of isolation. We
Or it
know,
could be evidence of her not being there.
and I think that's an argument that they can have. Additionally, we have evidence that Ms. Dorothy Cooley heard arguments in their home, that even though she tried to change her testimony on the stand, what she said at one point in time in her testimony is that she would hear her screaming. She also noticed or saw Miss Wolfenbarger with a black eye. Under her eye, she was wearing glasses, but she did see a markings of black eye. So there is evidence of physical abuse. We know that she also told her mother about the 1998 incident, about the dragging of her. So we know that there is indications of physical abuse. We believe that that information in and of itself shows that there was a pattern of abuse such that Ms. Rosa James could testify as to the domestic violence dynamics. What are certain signs in that pattern and control? And the jury can make a decision whether or not they believe that this was a domestic violence relationship. It is the state's position that this was a domestic violence relationship. We believe that there's evidence to present, whether that is in hypotheticals, to Ms. James about some of the events that occurred in Ms. Wolfenbarger's life leading up to her death. We do believe that she'll be able to testify as an expert in domestic violence that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she attempts to leave that relationship. I believe that there is evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger, in his own words, will say that in December of 1998 that the two of them were trying to work it out, but I believe her mother testified that she wanted to leave him. I think that testimony came in, I believe so. So there is evidence that she did want to leave him, and such that we think that there is enough information to make to make Ms. James's testimony relevant before this jury, and it is not excluded by Rule 403, that it is more probative, and that the prejudicial effect is not substantially outweighed in this potential case. And so that is the state's intention at this time. We do believe that, again, that there is evidence, whether or not the defense counsel, crosses her on it and talks about isolated incidents and things of that nature. I think they very well can, but we believe that there's enough at this juncture, Your Honor. And that would be the state's intention. I think we discussed last Monday, the state would never ask the ultimate conclusion. Based on all this, did he kill his wife? That would never be a question that the state would ask, but we definitely intend to ask questions about statistics regarding the most lethal time for a victim in an abusive relationship. And so that's the state's position.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton.
I would point out, we have not been given any statistics. We've not been given any evidence.
We asked this a week ago. Sorry.
I mean, if she's going to start talking about 85% of all people who want to leave the family get murdered.
I didn't hear Ms. Hilton say that. What I heard Ms. Hilton say was the very broad, generic statement that I've heard from, I think, every DV expert ever, which is that the most dangerous time, that there are particular times in a domestic violence cycle that are particularly dangerous, one of them being when someone has attempted to leave.
Wow.
I'm not saying that I'm saying it's admissible right now. I'm just saying I didn't hear her talk about statistics.
She used the word statistics. I didn't make it up. She said that she's going to cite statistics. So I don't know if that meant, in general, it's the most common time, or if she's actually going to testify to 87% or whatever.
The general research, I should say, maybe not statistics, but the general research that the most dangerous time for a victim in an abusive relationship is when they're trying to leave.
Okay.
It sounds like, it's kind of like profile evidence, and it's not the way someone gets convicted of being the perpetrator. It may be a good, as one lawyer described it recently, a good sword for proving, this is the perpetrator. If this is, it was intentional as opposed to accidental, or a way to defeat a claim of self-defense. Say, you beaten her up 30 times and you're claiming this is self-defense this time, or it was, suicide. You were trying to take the gun away from her. But he's saying he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with the crime. And yet they're going to use this profile evidence of what other people, based on some similarity, I guess. I mean, I know what she's going to do because she did it the other day with me. You go through the wheel and you say, oh, you don't have to have all these things. You have to have a couple or a few or some number of them. And, we get into this argument where everybody's a domestic abuser, under her theory. If you take the wheel out, wherever I did with it, and start going through it, everybody satisfies. You can go through it and say, there was no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of that. She says, doesn't matter.
And that goes to the weight and credibility that a finder of fact should afford to her testimony,
It is
assuming that she's
unfair.
allowed to testify.
It is unfair. It is 403. It is the jury's going to hear she's the most qualified person on the planet to be offering these opinions. And, we're apparently nitpicking over, things that she has studied and the statistics and all that.
Understood, Mr. Samuel. So what I heard from the state is the identification of at least, I think, three instances from which either there is actual testimony of an event like the matter in July that I think led to the TPO, or there are facts from which a reasonable inference for purposes of a preponderance might be drawn that there was some abuse. And so as a result of that, I do believe that the state has made, there are facts that they can ask the expert about. I do want to put one issue to bed, and Mr. Samuel and I discussed it at the pre-trial conference last Monday as well, and that is that 404B has been thrown around a little bit, and I think I understand your argument currently to be that it's 403 prejudicial, but the argument that you're making, I still stand by that it is intrinsic to the nature of this relationship, and that is what distinguishes it from this sort of argument that might not fly, that, if there was evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger had abused someone else before, that would exponentially increase the likelihood that he had abused Melissa Wolfenbarger. That's not what we have here. I'm specifically looking at Hughes versus State, which is a 2021 decision of the Supreme Court, talks about similar evidence in terms of an incident where the defendant was alleged to have slashed the tires of the victim, and the defendant ultimately argued that was inadmissible 404, that it was prejudicial, and that it was error to allow it in. And Justice Boggs said it was both intrinsic and evident of prior difficulties. And so I think it's relevant. I think it's admissible. And under 403, I don't believe that it is overly prejudicial. Now, having said that, I think we talked about this on Monday as well. I don't think that the state intends to go out on that limb, right, and ask the witness questions like, the ultimate issue and other things. But I did hear a concerning willingness by that victim to walk out onto that ledge all by herself. And so I just want to make sure that you have cautioned your witness to understand the parameters of what's allowable for her to testify to.
I have, but I will again prior to her testimony when she gets into the bill.
Understood. The remainder, Mr. Samuel, as I said, your other concerns about the scope of her testimony, the veracity, reliability, et cetera, I think goes to, again, the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. And so that's going to be my ruling regarding the ability of that witness to testify and to base hypothetical questions on facts that are actually in evidence regarding 2 to 3 either specific instances or facts from which a jury could infer, a fact finder could infer an abuse.
Can I just ask let's assume you ask the hypothetical questions. Assume 3 incidents and describe them with specificity and accuracy. What is your conclusion? What are we inviting her to conclude? You are dealing with an abuser. And once we've made that finding, Katie barred the door. At that point, we can do anything we want to do once we've identified him as an abuser. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's assume he did it 3 times. What is she going to conclude? Is it anything you could do? It wouldn't make a difference if it was 3 or 30. At that point, everything I want to offer as an expert, I can offer.
Ms. Hilton? So I think my understanding and Mr. Samuel's understanding clearly is that this expert would be offered to testify about what an abusive relationship looks like, and how people behave in that relationship. Is that fair?
Yes.
To educate the jury about those issues.
Yes.
Beyond that, Mr. Samuel's question about what actual opinions or conclusions do you expect that this expert will draw regarding this case? Or is she just educating the jury generally about what an abuse relationship looks like?
Generally as to what an abuse relationship looks like, and if there are certain hypothetical facts be consistent with coercion or power and control. So
hypothetical facts for which there's a reasonable factual basis in the trial.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that is the extent, but we're not asking her is this domestic violence? It's more if a person brings someone to a neighborhood and they don't have any family there, could that be considered isolation? So things of that nature, factors that one could maybe conclude at some point in time, or that we'll be able to discuss. But that's the state's intention.
Mr. Samuel, I understand and imagine that you would not be satisfied with that response.
Well, a few minutes ago is the first time I ever heard this. There's some theory that part of the whole, maybe as you're describing, intrinsic conduct was moving to Atlanta, to get away from her family, which is what, the other evidence was. But now we're going to have this witness say, oh, if you've moved to Atlanta, to a home that family owns, right?
Right.
I mean, they own this apartment complex, the duplex.
Which are all facts that you can cross-examine the witness about.
But that's the whole point, is she doesn't know any facts. So I got to take her hypotheticals and say, let me pull a few threads on these hypotheticals. How about if you found out that the home to which she moved, was actually a home owned by the family? And she says, oh, man, it doesn't make any difference.
I understand. My ruling still stands, Mr. Samuel. I'm going to let the witness testify. I think that your concerns relate to the weight and credibility that a fact finder should afford to her testimony, beyond the fact that, as I've said a couple of times now on the record, and Ms. Hilton has assured me, is that, we're going to make sure that our hypothetical questions are tied to the facts in this record, even if they're conflicted facts, as long as they've been established by somebody in this case, number one, and number two, that we're going to make sure that this witness is not expounding in a way that would be problematic in terms of the ultimate issue, or offering opinions that there are no facts to back up, even if they're conflicted facts. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, that's my ruling, Mr. Samuel. Anything else that we need to take up before we have the jury back in to conclude the detective's testimony?
No.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, you ready?
I think
I'm sorry, Mr. Fawcett, are you ready? No, I understand. I just was making sure both sides are ready. Deputy, can you get our witness back, please? And then we're ready for the jury.
So Vincent Fawcett and the district assistant DA is Adriana Love. But I don't think that's who that is. It also mentions district DA. Okay. We're speaking quietly because we can't hear. All right, jury coming in.
Seated. Detective, I'll just remind you that before we took our lunch break, you were sworn in and that you continue to be under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel, questions for this witness?
Detective Shepard, my name is Don Samuel. I don't believe we've ever met before.
I've met you in passing before.
Second one to say that. You joined the cold case squad in 2020. Did I get that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And when did you pick up Calhoun's reports and start looking at this case?
2021.
Okay. So in 2021, we are essentially 23 years after, for example, the first thing you testified about, I think, was the July TPO, right?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, you weren't there then. You didn't have, contemporaneous evidence of what happened on that day, right? You didn't interview any of the witnesses.
That's correct.
That led to the TPO, correct? And when I say TPO, I'm talking about a temporary protective order.
That's correct.
And you introduced some exhibits this morning. Yes, this morning, dealing with that TPO, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what you learned from reading Calhoun's reports and what led you to think the TPO was important was that there was an argument, correct? There was a dispute?
Yes, there was a physical dispute that resulted in Melissa Wolfenbarger's injuries.
It resulted in?
Her injuries.
Okay. Did you interview someone named Perone who was involved in that?
No, I never got a chance to interview Ms. Perone.
Okay. And did you talk to the law enforcement officer who went to the scene, whose name is Sutton, I believe?
No, every officer during that time, by the time I received the case, pretty much retired. But I was referring to his actual police reports that were documented.
Well, he came here. It wasn't that hard to find him. He came here and testified. Did you ever talk to him?
No, sir. I never was able to talk to officers.
Were you aware that he said he never saw any bruises on her back?
The only thing I had to refer to is it wasn't the actual police report that he documented when the incident occurred.
Right. Well, he didn't document what he saw. He just And when he testified, he said, I didn't lift up her shirt or look at anything on her back. I didn't see any. In fact, he said she had some bruises on her legs.
To counsel testifying.
I'm cross-examining him.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the objection.
I have no direct knowledge to his testimony when he testified in here.
So if in fact his testimony is different than what you said this morning, obviously you don't question his credibility when he came here and testified under oath.
I think Officer Sutton will have to be the one to speak on that. As far as his credibility, I can refer to the documents that were documented in official police report.
Okay. And do you know from the official police report whether the officer or anybody interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger that night?
Not sure. I don't have any reports that stating that either.
Or Mr. Perone that night?
There are no police reports that's documenting that.
Okay. So you have Sutton's police report, which is inconsistent with the testimony he gave to the jury, and that's it as far as what led to the temporary protective order.
Again, I can't testify to Officer Sutton's testimony that he testified in here. Only thing I have to go by is what he documented in his police report.
Okay. All right. Now, as a result of whatever happened that day in July something like 22nd, right, 1998, Ms. Wolfenbarger was encouraged to take out a TPO, correct?
Yes, after she was assaulted and dragged by Christopher Wolfenbarger and received the injuries. Usually when there's a domestic dispute, we always refer to the victim in that domestic. That's an option that they can go and seek as a temporary protective order for further protection.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes,
when
sir.
I ask you a question, you can answer yes or no. Okay?
Go. Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
If you think it's a deceptive answer,
Excuse
you
me?
can explain it, that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me speak up. This attorney needs to calm his little britches. That was rude. Extremely rude, and I didn't like that.
Do me a favor.
Yes,
when
sir.
I ask you a question, you can answer yes or no. Okay?
Go. Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
If you think it's a deceptive answer and you need to explain it, that's fine. But you don't know what happened that night. You just know what's in the police report, right?
Correct. The only thing I know is what's documented in the police report.
Okay. By the way, did you even try to find Officer Sutton?
I have the official police reports that I can refer to, and that's usually what happens. A lot of cold cases, we don't reach out to those the officers that officially responded to the first scene. We go by the police reports.
Okay. So at any rate, it was customary to refer Ms. Wolfenbarger to get a TPO, correct? A temporary protective order.
Yes, sir. Anytime there's a domestic dispute and the victim of that domestic dispute.
Sir, I just asked you a yes/no question. She was referred to get a TPO, correct?
Yes, she was correct.
You want to make a speech every time I ask you a question, or just say yes or no if you can, all right?
Are you asking me, sir?
Not really. So she takes out a TPO on what day?
We have to refer to the actual document again if we want to get the exact date. Thank you.
Some of those are not in evidence in full, you may remember, but you have the date that the TPO was taken out.
As soon as I find a TPO, I can give you the exact date. It looks like it was July 2nd, 1998. July 22nd, I'm sorry.
22nd, okay.
Correct.
And then what TPO does is, that's just ask the court to set down a hearing, correct?
But TPO is, again, another form of documentation along with the police report where they documented through the court that this person that's filing the TPO needs protection from the person that they're trying to get protection from.
Right, but it has to be followed very quickly by a court hearing, correct?
Well, that depends on the court. But once it's filed and it's enacted, the person, we have a court hearing, they're served, and at that point, they're served with that temporary protective order. They have strict orders not to violate that temporary protective order.
How long did the TPO in this case exist before they went to court for the first time?
Do you have the documents? Okay. Was dismissed on July 29th, 1998.
So about 1 week later.
According to the documents, that's correct.
You have the rule nisi there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, rule nisi is just a Latin term that lawyers use to say, come to court, right? Show cause, come to court.
Okay.
Right?
I don't speak Latin, but I'm assuming if you're saying that, that's correct.
I appreciate your confidence in me. So they go to court and the TPO is dismissed, correct?
That is correct.
And that doesn't happen without a judge sitting on the bench, correct?
Correct. And usually when it's dismissed, one of the parties are not showing up. Just like when any court case, when the party doesn't show up, it's dismissed.
But every party's here for this. For the TPO dismissal, everybody's in court.
Okay.
In fact, were you aware from talking to people that the judge encouraged them to talk to each other? They talked to each other, and then the judge dismissed the TPO.
I'm not surprised in court hearing.
I didn't ask if you were surprised. I asked, are you aware that that's what happened?
I'm not aware.
Well, did you ever interview anybody about what happened in that court proceeding?
It's pertaining to the TPO?
Yes.
No, sir. The TPO is not related. It's not part of my murder investigation. It documents of first form of interaction that documents the domestic violence between Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa. As far as a homicide investigation, it's not relevant going to the homicide. So there was no reason for me to follow up for it pertaining to this domestic.
Well, are you saying that all the domestic things involved in July 1998 has nothing to do with the investigation of the homicide?
The July 1998 incident is very critical. It documents and it landmarks a tumultuous relationship between Christopher and Melissa. So it is very important.
You just said it's not relevant. I'm confused between your last two answers. You said you didn't follow up anything about the background of it, anything about what happened in court, anything about any of that, because it's not relevant to the homicide, but then you say it's the landmark most important thing.
That is correct. So when you document an incident domestic, it's documented. It's a homicide investigation. We continue with our homicide investigation. We have reliability when we refer to the police reports, which is official documents. That's documented in time. There's no need for me to follow up on the domestic side because we have it clearly documented in the police reports. My investigation continues from the homicide on.
You don't disagree, though, that even the documents show that the judge approved the dismissal of the TPO. The judge signs it.
And these are legal documents, and I definitely approve of it.
Okay. You then talked about having interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger in, the first time was in 2021. So now we're 23 years later after the TPO. 23 years after the TPO, you interview him on May 5th. And I think we listened to that tape, correct?
Correct.
2021.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have anything else at this point between then and 2021, right?
As far as that pertains to what?
Your direct contact.
No, that's the first time I came in contact with Christopher.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you meet with him and you talked to him and you said it was a voluntary meeting, correct?
Yes, it was in his home, in his living room.
Right. So there was no coercion, no handcuffs. You didn't threaten him, but he voluntarily welcomed you in, gave you a seat at the table, sat down and talked with you.
Correct.
Totally voluntary.
Correct.
Totally cooperative.
Correct.
Okay. And when you were done with that interview, you packed up your tape recorder and you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're continuing to review Calhoun's reports during this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In that tape that we heard this morning, Mr. Wolfenbarger told you about a rocky relationship that he had. In part, he attributes it, or perhaps in large part, he attributes it to Melissa Wolfenbarger's parents, correct?
I don't know if he attributes the rockiness to the parents, but he did admit to having a rocky relationship. I don't know how he would attribute it to his parents.
Not his parents.
Her parents. Correct.
Her parents.
Correct.
You don't think he was attributing it to that?
No, I'm pretty sure he was not attributing to that. I did not interpret that as his parents being, or her parents being a reason why they have a rocky relationship. It's solely between those two.
But clearly he didn't get along with her parents.
He stated that, and that's correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, that wouldn't come as a surprise, would it?
I'm not surprised if anybody's in a tumultuous, rocky, violent relationship. I haven't seen a couple that's had a good relationship with any parents involved in that.
Well, but you know, that's not what I'm talking about here. Here I'm talking about the fact that his in-laws had murdered 5 people. Do you have in-laws? Are you married? Can you imagine your wife's parents killed 5 people, threw them in a river?
Hang on.
To the point of the questions, the proper judge, I would ask that the jury disregard the form of question.
I'll withdraw, but it doesn't. Can I withdraw?
You can withdraw it.
Does it shock you that someone would say they have a rocky relationship with their in-laws, given what you know are the facts of this case?
I've been doing this job almost a quarter century. I talk to murderers and deal with murders on a daily basis. People from murderers' families. That has nothing to do with what they have to do in their relationship. People can't help who they're related to. Their relationship had nothing to do with their parents.
Okay. So you don't find it surprising that he had a difficult time relating to the family, to the parents who had committed 5 murders, thrown them in a river. There was a baby who died in their home and convicted of concealing the death. None of those things.
None of that came out in the form of evidence during the course of this trial. The counsel is interjecting things that are not in evidence and asking questions based on things that aren't in fact. I'd ask the court instruct counsel not to do that.
Mr. Samuel?
I don't think that's accurate.
I think I've heard the 2 things that you specifically referred to. I've heard testimony about them in this trial, so I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead.
But your position is, it's like Tolstoy said, every unhappy family is unhappy in their own way, right?
So
it's just another unhappy family.
So because Melissa was from this type of family, that gave her permission to be victim of a domestic violence? I don't think so.
That rhetorical question doesn't answer my question.
Again, because she was a victim of her family and their wrongdoings, does not give Christopher or anybody a right to place her in an abusive relationship. So I'm
going to ask.
What is happening here, y'all? I mean, he's telling him, don't answer questions, yes, no, and then wants explanations, don't want explanations. I'm just like, I feel like I'm watching a ping pong match.
Stop the answer, because my question had nothing to do with whether Mr. Wolfen.
Y'all slow down, dogs. Sorry, my dogs just go play. Oh my goodness. Y'all calm down. You're going in kennels.
Her family and their wrongdoings does not give Christopher or anybody a right to place her in an abusive relationship. So I'm
going to ask you to stop the answer, because my question had nothing to do with whether Mr. Wolfenbarger had the right to do anything. And he denies doing anything. So your answer to that, you can give a closing argument if you want, tell the lawyers to go home. Otherwise, I'd ask you to answer my questions.
Badgering, please.
Question,
yes. His in-laws were serial killers, right? And were throwing the family members they were killing, throwing their bodies in the river. Melissa's sister had a baby who died at birth and was thrown in the hamper.
Why?
Your only answer to me is that doesn't give.
We were told that was irrelevant.
Do something?
Absolutely. Christopher does not have a right to abuse Melissa based off of her family history. That is correct.
What makes you think that he was using that as a right?
I'm just basing this off your argument that you're making right now.
I've never said he had a right to do anything. And as I just said, he denies doing anything.
Are you asking me a question?
Are you asking me a question? Wait, guys. Okay. Just briefly. Oh yeah, just briefly. This is too much. I had to take out the sound because I got dinged for it. So it's getting hot in here, just like an oven. I'm gonna sing for you.
When was the next time you interviewed Chris?
I have it documented in my reports.
When's the next time you interviewed him?
Can we refer to my reports, the exact date?
You have your reports up there?
No, sir.
Dude.
The exhibits that you left.
Okay. Did you interview him again in February of 2023?
He is.
Is that documented in my report?
Documented in my notes.
As soon as I can confirm it's documented in my report, then.
Yes.
Why is
Do you know
the
exactly
state not saying
the
anything?
documentation is going to be in my reports.
Seth Shepard, you testified this morning about the different interviews you have. You didn't require counsel to give you page numbers.
Well, we were going to refer to dates. Then I would like that the notes that you took from my case file, if you can give me the exact date so I can refer to it.
I just told you the date. It was February 2023.
Okay, on my page in my notes, can you give me the page?
Forget it.
Okay.
We'll move to a different.
What the hell? Y'all, the lawyer said, forget it. We'll move on. Oh, no, y'all.
Are you familiar with the circumstances of Melissa and Chris Wolfenbarger moving to Atlanta?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Do you know when they moved to Atlanta?
No, sir, I do
Do
not.
you know where they lived when they moved to Atlanta?
They stayed off of Brookline.
Okay. Do you know who owned that property?
I believe Christopher's mother owned that property.
Okay. And had they been to Atlanta before or in the Atlanta area before that?
I'm not sure.
And did Melissa end up having a series of jobs working at Waffle House when she was in Atlanta?
Correct.
And had friends, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know that from talking to some of the friends, correct? And talking to people at the Waffle House, correct?
Correct. And also Christopher's statement was that she worked at the Waffle House and had friends at the Waffle House.
Right. And she wasn't isolated in Atlanta, was she?
I'm not going to say isolated, but there was some, according to the reports, that documented that they didn't always see her, but they always saw Christopher. She was always
Who's the they in that sentence?
Some of the witnesses that was interviewed and that's documented in the case file.
Didn't Miss Cooley talk about how they would play all the time? She'd see Chris all the time?
I'm sorry, you say Miss Cooley?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Okay. Did you read Calhoun's reports?
I did.
Did you read them before you came into court here?
What is he going to say?
Yes, sir,
We
but
call her
I'm not
Miss
familiar with
Jones?
Miss Cooley.
Wait, I'm waiting for him to ask him. Do you know her as Dorothy Jones, not Dorothy Cooley?
How many times did you talk to the folks at the glass company?
In person, I was able to interview them one time.
Okay. And did you determine from talking to Mr. Brock that ultimately Chris was let go because of a car accident involving one of the company's trucks?
Yes, also the saw that he borrowed.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, he also borrowed a saw that he never returned.
He borrowed a saw, but he never returned.
Those were their words, correct, that he never returned the saw.
Okay. Those weren't your words this morning. Are you aware of that?
Correct. The Brooks, Mr. Brooks, they said that
Brock.
Mr. Brock, thank you, that he borrowed the saw along with some type of violation that he did with the vehicle. They couldn't prove that he stole the saw, but they let him go as a result.
Okay. You talked about talking with Thomas Dixon, right?
That is correct.
He'd spent, 10 years in prison between the time of 99, 2000 and the time you met with him, right?
Yes, he was in and out of prison. At that time, he was currently getting his life together. So that is correct.
Cindy.
And then you talked about the time of Chris's arrest, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you said that he was not cooperative at the time of his arrest, correct?
That is correct. He hid in the cupboard that he built inside of his home, and it took, I believe, fugitive about 30 minutes or plus to find him.
Yeah. He had met with Calhoun how many times? Voluntarily meeting with Calhoun.
It was more than one time.
How many times did he meet with Detective Stott, who was here this morning? Voluntarily, either went to his police department or met with him and was fully cooperative with him.
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. You haven't read his reports?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay, but my question was, have you read his reports?
No, and I don't have any firsthand knowledge of his interactions with Christopher.
What about Calhoun's reports?
Correct. Yes, I have.
And Mr. Wolfenbarger's cooperation with him?
Yes, yes. Spoke with him multiple times. There is one time that he met with Detective Calhoun, and Detective Calhoun advised that he stole a search warrant that he had. He had to go back and get it from Christopher. That was one interaction that he had with Christopher. So I wouldn't categorize or describe his whole interactions as cooperative.
At the time of his arrest, how many law enforcement officers went to his house?
You have to refer to the fugitive report, and they should have a list of every law enforcement officer that was assisted in that arrest.
Do you know how many people went to the house?
Offhand, I do not know, but usually when you're trying to apprehend a fugitive for murder, there's going to be a great number of law enforcement.
So if Detective O'Hare was in here yesterday or a few days ago and said there were 30 officers who went to the house, you wouldn't question that, would you?
That sounds about right. And it's always a tactical safe play or a way to apprehend a fugitive that's wanted for murder.
Said most of them were armed with assault weapons.
That sounds about right, correct.
And helmets and gear and flak jackets and all of that, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And used a battering ram to get into the. Well, I'm going to ask you, did they use a battering ram to
I have
get
no
in?
direct knowledge on how they made entry into the house. From what I do believe, I do understand that his wife, or at the time was described his wife, answered the door and she lied and said he wasn't there. And then when they was able to make entry and find him, I don't have any knowledge of a ram being used.
But that is inconsistent with all the cooperation he showed you and Calhoun and Stott over the course of 20 years of answering all your questions, meeting with you, coming to your office, correct?
Incorrect. Whenever you're trying to apprehend a fugitive wanted for a violent crime, which is murder, then you're going to go in the most tactical force used, and that's to ensure the safety on both sides of law enforcement and the civilians that we're trying to obtain.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to say that the officers were doing anything wrong. I was going to say, if he was uncooperative at that time, it was inconsistent with all the cooperation he had shown you and Stott and Calhoun and Kelly, anybody else who he'd been interviewed by with over the years.
So based on the way you framed your question, inconsistent mean that he hid in the cupboard, and he did not hide when we went to go talk to him, but he did hide when when they arrived for his arrest. That's correct. He did hide when that arrest happened, and he did speak with us in person.
Yeah. And he had voluntarily given pubic hair to Calhoun.
Correct.
He had voluntarily given other hair samples at other times he was requested, correct?
Correct. And also,
my question was just a yes or no. He also gave DNA evidence when requested, correct? Buccal swabs.
That is correct.
He also, there was the luminol was used in his house, correct?
Correct. 3 years after the incident, though, and the house had been remodeled. So
and all those were done in a cooperative manner. Some you had to get a search warrant for, but others he did in a cooperative manner.
So the last incident that you're referring to, the luminol, a search warrant had to be obtained. So I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge of interaction at that time that Christopher had with the detectives performing that search warrant.
Well, he wasn't even living there when the luminol was given out.
Okay, so that answers the question. He didn't.
And also during the course of the questioning by Ms. Fawcett here, you repeatedly talked about things that you found important, correct?
Correct.
Did you find it important that the pubic hair that he gave to the officers and that was tested was not shown to be consistent with what was found in the bags?
All DNA is important, but also I had to keep in mind that this case was older. Also, I got to keep in mind that the condition of the body parts that were found, and also over time, those things fade. So we're going to do it just to check the boxes and make sure we're going to cross our T's and dot our I's. But also in the back of my mind, I do know that the DNA was going to be compromised because it was compromised.
But the pubic hair was analyzed and was found to be not consistent with what was found in the bag.
So the way I remember the report saying it was dissimilar, and also pubic hairs and hairs degrade over time. And that's the way the report read. By the time this particular item was tested, years had passed it. So over time, DNA does degrade, and pubic hairs and DNA items such as that will degrade.
And you know from the other officer who was with you earlier today and sitting outside that he had done DNA from what was found on the bag, and all of that came back negative.
Are you referring to Detective Stein?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Detective Stein and myself, we did work on this case earlier, and he was definitely a big part of collecting that DNA for further testing.
And it came back as not being consistent with Mr. Wolfenbarger's DNA.
That's correct.
Okay. And you know about the paint chips that were found inside the bag that didn't match anything in the house.
That's correct. But also at the time when they did serve the search warrant at the house had been remodeled. That particular area had been remodeled. So it was not going to be uncommon that those paint chips were going to be dissimilar to one another.
Right. So do I gather that all the evidence that exonerates him, that shows that he's not the person who perpetrated the crime, you consider to be insignificant?
That's incorrect. If you're referring to just physical evidence in that manner, no, but you still have other evidence that goes in line and testimonies that go in line with this case.
I'm just asking about the physical evidence. You downplay the significance of all of that, don't you?
Can never downplay physical evidence. Physical evidence is important, but what you have to keep in mind that over time, physical evidence degrades. And this case is a prime example of that.
You know that cadaver dogs were sent out to the house, correct?
I heard of an incident. I don't have any direct knowledge of cadaver dogs or APD using any cadaver dogs.
Okay. There's no evidence of, first of all, there was no saw found in the house or in the house where he was arrested years later, correct?
So the only reference to a saw is when Christopher admitted that he was in possession of, or he was accused of being in possession of while he was let go from his job.
Right.
There's no evidence where the dismemberment occurred.
Absolutely. There's no evidence where it could have occurred anywhere.
When you were questioning Chris in the 2021 that we listened to, you asked him to say who he thought had killed his wife, correct?
I believe we asked him what did he think happened.
Right. And he responded, of course, he initially said the family, correct? Her family, her parents.
Correct. He wanted.
And then he said, he then said, but listen, I'm just speculating, correct?
Well, we have to go
You
in
think?
order. To answer the question, he pointed all the blame to the father and the family. And what he's referring to when he's saying speculate, he's speculating on different parts of the interview and different parts of the statement that he made.
One second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Detective Shepard, you were testifying as to the collection of DNA and the degradation of DNA over time. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to view the conditions of that the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger were located in,
Yes, I did.
and photographs and the actual scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive any indication in your reports of any weather conditions that would have existed during around the time that her remains were discovered?
Yes, it was a heavy downpour, a lot of rain in the area.
And is there, in your investigation, and have you worked cases where you've been able to successfully collect the presence of DNA?
It's a crap shot. Sometimes I may not. In this particular case, when the particular item that we're referring to that get the DNA when it's compromised, like her body parts was in, like you might as well say, like a soup in those bags, definitely know they're going to be compromised.
You say like a soup. What do you mean by that?
So when it's in a plastic bag, there's a lot of rain. It's in a junkyard. It's a lot of areas. So it's a lot of other things that can come into contact with her remains of compromise, along with a natural weather event like rain.
And we're talking about the time period of April through June. Is that a period of time you would consider to be a particularly hot or particularly cold period of time?
That's a area time of the year that when the seasons are changing, we usually get a lot of rain. In Georgia and Atlanta, that's the time when the weather started changing, the trees started blooming. So yes, we're going to get a lot of rain during that time.
All right. And also heat, does that have an impact on the ability to collect DNA samples?
It does, but that's not going to stop us from trying to collect them.
All right. Now, you testified as to information you received specifically as it relates to any FBI determinations as to the quality or degradation of hair that you would have that would have been in connection with this case. Do you recall when those reports would have been created?
Yes, I have it documented in the report. I believe her name was Dr. Cornsberry.
Okay. And did you have a copy of Dr. Cornsberry's report in your in discovery?
Yes.
Do you recall that date offhand?
Not offhand, no, I do not.
If you were to review a copy of her report, would that refresh your recollection as to that report?
Yes, it will.
You can do that to yourself.
Yes.
All right. After having reviewed that, your recollection refreshes to the date of the report?
Sorry. Yes, the date of the report is October 30th, 2007.
And is that when the police department received information about the quality of samples that we were going to either make a decision about further testing?
Correct.
And based on the information about the quality of the hair sample, was it either Calhoun's decision or your decision to send off for additional testing based off of the information that you received?
Detective Calhoun's.
Okay. But ultimately, when you reviewed the case, you decided your decision was the same as Calhoun. Is that safe to say?
Correct.
And in connection with your interview of the defendant in 2021, had you previously either spoken to Detective Calhoun and or viewed any statements that the defendant made with Calhoun?
Yes.
And were those statements important for comparing and contrasting any similarities and differences between those two statements?
Yes.
And if you found, I guess, things that you viewed as being dissimilar, would that have been significant in your investigation?
Yes.
In particular, questions related to when the last time would have been that Christopher Wolfenbarger would have observed Melissa alive. Specifically that question. You recall asking the defendant that question in 21?
Yes. It gave conflicting answers. One answer was that he dropped her off and she just walked away. The next time he said that they went to Taco Bell and then he dropped her at a train station.
Okay. And I want to refer you to a previously admitted exhibit. I believe it's 73. Okay. Your Honor, the court's permission is exhibit 73, which has been tendered into evidence. I'd ask the court's permission to play portions 2420 through 29. Can you tell me what 73 is? It is the interview with Detective Scott.
Can you tell me what is it? Why did they mute?
Connected to DHCP 154003910.
Hang on just one second. Can you come here?
Okay. Come here. Come here, she says. She said, come here.
I can't even say the year she disappeared. I've been sitting here, I don't know if it's 98, 99. I was 2000, I was listening to that, so I think it's 2000. But whatever year that they're saying that they seen her, I know I seen her like in early March or April of the next year. That was the last time I seen her. That's November of 98 is what they're saying. That's Thanksgiving. Right. And then so end of next year, 99, early 99, March, April, somewhere there, what you think you ran into her. And he wasn't more familiar with the area than I am, but he said it was the morning. She was walking from like a Mark train station, up from Brookline, and then right there on the street. And y'all went to a Taco Bell in the area, there and talked a little bit, and walk off the runway, and I dropped off at the train station. Yes, you were driving. What kind of music you had? I had I want to say it's a tan color Chevy Cruze, like a brown color. I mean, I can't be certain of that because I had got off of meat cars, but I believe.
I'm going to boost the sound. Hopefully it won't blow our eardrums.
That's what I got her time. You go on the train station, show there, I want to live with my cousin, Union Good. The house over on Woodline, is that a rental property or don't live that?
Lola, stop.
Difference on that one across the street. That was the entire time that you were there. And you know, when you moved out.
Oh, that's horrible sound. We can't hear nothing.
I don't know how long after that. Where do you go from there? To my cousin's house in Union City. Is there anybody that heard of anything that's seen her following that or even around that time? Is there, you know, anybody that saw Melissa around March or April, either after you saw her, that you heard back to the green line, or before? It's sort of like a week before you saw her. I know the guy that used to live right next door to me. He used to get East Fork from Florida. He get trained to go down to downtown. And right around that time, he had told me that he had seen her. He got off the 5-point station downtown, and he got off and she kept going straight. I heard him tell me that. said back before when she was up in one house in Florida, that she was the mom of a guy named Mike. You heard that story? It was Mike and his boy over there, you know? You know, if they were living together or that's what she told me. And they had a friend, I can't remember the other friend I talked to, because their friend actually called me, you know, when they were going to take her back from that situation. They said at one point that she was probably saying that the shower was live. Yeah, that's where her friend was at. That, they're trying to call her. However, I think they're over there or not. But she, I don't know if she's in love with this guy or what the, you know, what too much about it. You know, his last name was, I didn't know the first thing I said, yeah, I can't remember. What, yeah, that's right, yeah. I remember he had curly hair.
Okay, I apologize. I can't listen to that. It's really affecting my ears. Okay, it's over with. Oh, thank
We've
God.
concluded the tape.
It was killing me.
2856. All right. Now, Detective Shepard, do you recall in your interview with the defendant, we've just listened to a portion of the interview with Detective Stott and Detective Calhoun. Did you get an opportunity to listen to that as the jury was playing it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
I did.
And do you recall in the interview that we just listened to, did you hear the partial?
I was
portion of the
fixing
interview
to,
when
Cindy.
The defendant indicates last time being March or April that he saw Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Yes.
And that was the next year, which appears it would have been 1999. You recall that?
Yes.
And is that also the same time period where Melissa's remains were discovered?
Yes.
And is there anything different about the time period, the March or April of 1999, where the defendant indicates he saw Melissa Wolfenbarger, and the time when he told you in 2021?
The exact date, do you have a report that I can refer to the exact date that he?
I believe you have your reports up there with you.
So it was May 5th, 2021, when me and Sergeant Layton interviewed Christopher.
Okay, all right. Do you recall the defendant indicating that the last time you saw Miss Melissa Wolfenbarger would have been in December of '98?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did that distinction between the December 1998 date that the defendant gave you and the March '99 date that the defendant gave Calhoun, was that something you factored into your investigation?
Yes, it was definitely a red flag.
Is that something you considered inconsistent?
Correct.
Your testimony, you were just testifying as to the cooperation of this defendant. You referenced an obstruction of a search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct. Regarding to Detective Calhoun?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall what the nature of what law enforcement or Detective Calhoun was attempting to retrieve with that search warrant?
Some DNA.
Okay. And your testimony is that there was an obstruction charge related to destroying that search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, he stole a search warrant and then destroyed it.
You also testified as to the level of cooperation when you arrived at the defendant's residence when law enforcement arrived to effect the arrest warrant. I believe testified that the female was dishonest about his whereabouts when law enforcement arrived. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately find the defendant at the residence where that female was dishonest?
Yes, they found him in a makeshift hole in the wall that he had behind an appliance.
And you were also testifying as to the protective order and the request for dismissal. Did it come up in your investigation that on that July 29th date, Melissa Wolfenbarger's children went back with the defendant's mother, Kathy Wolfenbarger?
Yes, and around that same time frame, correct.
Did you factor in, during your course of investigation, did you also know that Kathy Wolfenbarger had custody of Melissa Wolfenbarger's children?
Yes.
And did that factor into any consideration you had as to Melissa's ability to leave the relationship?
It did, and it factored in a great deal.
What do you mean by that?
So it's pretty odd that a mother would give up her children, but it also makes it really hard in the domestic situation, a violent, tumultuous domestic situation, for them to leave when the person that's responsible for that domestic abuse parent is in charge of your children.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Seaver.
Is he gonna recross? I'm curious. Oh, we muted.
When you just began the redirect examination here about the weather when the skull was found,
Correct.
what was the weather that you think it was?
There are reports of the weather inside the case file. During that time frame, when she went missing in that time frame, the first body part was discovered, which is her head. There was rain.
How did you just describe that rain to Mr. Fawcett?
Well, there was a downpour multiple times during that time period.
Okay, can I show you Mr. Calhoun's report?
Sure. Intermittent mist.
Intermittent mist?
Overcast, correct.
Intermittent mist is the same as a downpour?
So as we know, when it rains, it's not constantly raining as a downpour constantly, unless it's some type of hurricane or something like that in the area. I don't recall a hurricane or anything like that type of weather event at the time that report was made, so it's not unusual for it to be misting at that time, especially after a rain.
But you weren't there. You're just going by Calhoun's reports, right?
Correct.
So you're answering Mr. Fawcett's question saying it was a downpour, but all you have is Calhoun's report that said it was misting.
Correct. As homicide detectives, that's why reports are very important. They document the incident. That's all we have to go on. Like I said, police report is a legal document, and we refer to those documents.
Can I approach?
Yes, I have to ask again.
The National Climate Center reports about rainfall.
Okay.
How much rain was there in April of that year?
I'm not a meteorologist, and I don't feel comfortable interpreting this weather report.
I love it. I love it.
No, Judge.
What is going to be the exhibit designation?
What number we have to?
10.
I love that.
D10 is admitted.
Detective says, I'm not a meteorologist.
Thank you.
Lola off the desk. Back up. Thank you.
The right-hand column is the total rainfall for the month. For the month, what was the total rainfall in April?
Can you point to okay, the item that you have circled,
Is the total
that's what you're saying? Okay, the item that you have,
for that day? That day, sorry.
okay, item that you have circled is 0.27. What type of measurement is this though? Is this in inches, millimeters? So that's why I don't feel comfortable trying to interpret this.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what made you tell ADA Fawcett that it was a downpour, but in fact you have no evidence to support that? The scientific evidence doesn't support it, and Calhoun's report doesn't support it.
Based off the documentation from the reports and interviewing and talking to Detective Calhoun, that's the information that I gathered.
Well, we just showed you the report. It said it was misting. Didn't say anything about it downpour.
The report as far as missed, and that's what Detective Calhoun documented in his report, with actually being present on the scene. For those 3 months, there's not a documentation of that. So in those 3 months, I don't think there was a drought during those 3 months. So it definitely rained, but he documented a misting on the crime scene.
So if we bring Calhoun back, he's going to reaffirm what he told you that it's downpours that month?
If you bring Detective Calhoun back, I can't speak on what he's going to say. We can only go off the reports and things that are documented.
Oh, I love this detective.
The difference in time between these inconsistent statements by Mr. Wolfenbarger about the last time he saw Melissa was how many years?
Which incident are you referring to?
What you just answered, Mr. Fawcett, on redirect.
Can you be specific, please?
There were 2 different interviews he gave. You said it was significant that they were inconsistent about the last time he saw Ms. Wolfenbarger.
Okay, so the first interview was when Detective Calhoun came in contact with the case in 2003. I interviewed Christopher in 2021.
So over the course of 18 years, the first time he said it was the end of 99, correct? The end of 98. And when he talked to you, he said it, the other way around. When he talked the first time, he said it was March or April of 98. And with you, he said, let me start over. He said it was March or April of 99 when he talked to the first officer. And he said it was the end of 98 when he talked to you, correct?
Correct, but truth is going to be consistent. It doesn't matter how much time passed. If you're telling the truth, that's going to be consistent.
Okay.
So when we hear inconsistencies, that's a red flag. Only lies become inconsistent. Truth.
But wait, how did he talk to him at the end of 98 if she didn't go reported missing until February 99? I'm a little confused there.
Stays consistent no matter when it's told.
Okay. Even with an 18-year memory lapse between the two.
Absolutely.
You remember where you were 18 years ago?
I do.
On this date 18 years ago?
Not on this specific day, but this specific year and this month, I do. I can't tell you exactly where I was.
Okay. All right. And were the same questions asked of him about location on those two different events, two different times? The first time when it was Stott who was interviewing him, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And did he say what street he remembered last seeing her?
Can't read.
He was asked about the last time you saw him on.
Are you referring
Lee
to the
Street?
statement that he made to Detective Stott?
Yes.
All right, can we replay it? I'm not familiar with the
I'm not
interview
gonna
with
replay it.
Detective Stott.
Do you know today, sitting here?
He
whether
says,
the two
I'm not going to
statements asked
replay
him
it.
The last time he saw her at the same location as opposed to at different locations?
I have no direct knowledge to Detective Stott. I haven't spoken with Detective Stott. The detective that was primarily had this case before me is Detective Calhoun.
Okay. But just a minute ago, for 88%, you said the two inconsistencies were dramatically important to you.
Yes, every inconsistency is important, especially during a homicide investigation.
But if the two questions are different, then they're not inconsistent, right?
That's incorrect. You can ask a question in many different ways, and the truth is going to stay the same. We find consistency. That's what we do as detectives, as homicide detectives. We talk to all type of people that lies all the time. There's one thing that's going to be consistent is the truth. So we look for consistency. When there's inconsistency, there's lies.
So if the first time he's asked, when's the last time you saw her on Lee Street, and the second time, when's the last time you saw her on a different street, if it's different times, you'd say that's an inconsistency.
I would say if it's the truth, it will be consistent.
The lawyer just huffed and walked away. Oh my God. You know, it would, Cindy, if it wasn't for the fact of this beautiful Melissa Wolfenbarger, you know, if it wasn't for the fact this beautiful Melissa Wolfenbarger here in my little picture covering up the little logo here, you know, I oh my gosh, this is insanity at its best. That lawyer, oh.
No, yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We asked to call Dr. Hoppel, but I think we need to have her patch into Zoom.
Has she already done so? No, we have to let her in, but has she already attempted?
Okay, I think we told her to stay. All right, so.
Okay, so this is the doctor on
So I'm going
Zoom.
to excuse you to just grab a quick cup of coffee or whatever. Just hopefully for about 5 minutes or so. We'll get you back in here as quick as we can.
Okay, and with that, we zoom because we are awesome like that. And while they're doing this, I'm going to take a restroom break while they're getting this person on Zoom. I will return in 2 seconds. No, not 2 seconds,
Thank you all.
maybe
Please be
30.
seated. Mr. Wilson, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. State would call Dr. Mary Beth Hoppel.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen on the screen as you were coming in that Dr. Hoppel is on, she's testifying by Zoom. She's on the screen. The parties have agreed for her to testify by Zoom, and I'm just going to instruct you that you should evaluate her testimony the same as you would a witness who was physically here in person. Deputy, sorry, will you please come back and swear Dr. Hoppel? Thank you. If you stand at the podium, she can.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the court, please.
My name is Dr. Mary Beth Hoppel, Hauple.
Thank you, ma'am. You may lower your hand. Mr. Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Hoppel, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Dr. Hoppel, what state do you live in now?
I live in Florida.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
Well, I am retired from the field of medical legal death investigation as well as forensic odontology.
Okay. When did you retire?
I retired in October of 1996.
And prior to that date, where did you work?
Where did I work?
Yes, ma'am.
I worked for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in downtown Atlanta.
And what was your job there?
My job, I wore two hats. My job in this case was as the medical legal investigator. I took the telephone call that came in from the police department on the finding of remains, but I am also a forensic dentist.
Okay.
Working at the Fulton, yes.
Now, your first job, well, your first hat is as an investigator. Could you please tell the jury what you would typically do as an investigator, how you received some training on that, and how long have you been doing that for?
Well, I had pretty significant training in medical legal death investigation from the people in St. Louis and some people in Washington, D.C. And so I was trained that I am, as an investigator, the person who goes to the scene and evaluates the circumstances, evaluates the decedent, and takes pictures for the purpose of serving as or for the medical examiner in the case. I have to write up a report of my findings, and it's to the medical examiner that I write up what I find.
Okay. And how many years experience did you have at that?
At the time of this case, this was what, in 99?
Yes.
Okay, I was trained, let's see. I received my training prior to being hired at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, and that was in October of 1996.
Okay. And you also said you wore a different hat as a forensic dentist. Is there a name for your specialty?
Yes, I'm a forensic dentist. I'm the girl they call in when perhaps the DNA in the case is not of good enough quality to do a comparison check, or if the decedent doesn't have fingerprints, so they're not in any system to understand who they are. So they call in a forensic dentist because teeth can withstand all kinds of conditions. They can outlast fire, and they're just impervious to the elements. So my job is to examine the remains, take x-rays of the remains, and then to compare those x-rays to x-rays of whomever law enforcement thinks the person might be.
How does one get to be trained to be a forensic? Is there a special name for your special dentistry? Odontology?
It's forensic odontology. And I took numerous courses from 1991, 1992, 1993. I'm a dentist. I have been a dentist since 1984, but I was a hygienist before I became a dentist. So I've been looking at a lot of mouths and a lot of x-rays.
So you've been a dentist since you graduated from dental school in 1984?
Yeah.
Where from?
From Loyola University in Chicago.
And when you graduate from dentist, does that mean you're automatically a dentist?
No, you have to pass a national board exam.
And
so although the DDS part, Doctor of Dental Surgery, is the diploma I received from Loyola, we all had to pass this national board exam. And if you didn't pass the exam, you waited around till the next time it was given, and you took it then in hopes that you passed it.
Did you pass that exam?
Yes.
And that's how you became a licensed dentist?
That's right.
Now, at that time, were you just a general dentist?
Yeah.
Did you? Forgive me for interrupting, but if you could come here, please, and Mr. McDermott, or Ms. Hilton, along the way.
What is happening? What is happening? Secret sidebar.
Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said that you were a specialist in forensic odontology. Well, how does one get to be a forensic odontologist?
The The way to do this is I was fortunate, faculty members of mine, both for dental hygiene school and dental school, trained at Walter Reed Medical Institution in forensic dentistry. So you have to take lots of weeks of courses, mostly in pathology, mostly in radiology.
And what is your main purpose as a forensic odontologist?
My main purpose is to identify individuals who are visually not recognizable. So if somebody's burned beyond recognition or skeletal remains are found in the woods, that's the time you have to call a forensic dentist.
And how is it that is a unique field that you can help in? Well, I mean, what are you looking for when you're trying to identify someone?
I'm looking to find that the x-rays that I've taken of the decedent, if they compare identically with the x-rays of the person before they died, then there's no question that this is who I think they are. So it's a matter of comparing before death radiographs to after death radiographs.
And how many times have you done that in your career?
Oh my. I don't know that I'd be able to answer that accurately. It's in the hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yeah.
And do you go through a specialty type exam to become a forensic odontologist?
No, it's the courses taken that matter. And then I also became a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the American Society of Forensic Odontology. And that's where you get together with fellows, your peers. So I can learn from a case that happened in 1979 when faculty members identified the dead from a major air crash at O'Hare International Airport. I knew how they had done it. And when I realized you could do that, because I love mystery so much, I knew that was a field for me.
Ma'am, have you ever been declared as an expert in the field of forensic odontology?
Yes, I've testified numerous times.
Have you ever been declared in Fulton County, Georgia as an expert in forensic odontology?
Say that again?
Have you been declared as an expert in the field of forensic odontology in Fulton County? To testify?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Hoptel as an expert in the field of forensic odontology.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the case of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I am.
How did you first learn of this case?
I actually am the one who took the phone call from the police that had arrived on scene and informed me that there were remains of a human being's skull or head had been found by the side of the road. So I took the phone call and then I grabbed the medical examiner and we both went to the site.
Okay, do you remember what date that was?
Say that again?
Do you remember what date that was? When was that?
Oh, well, I don't remember when it was. It was 1999 at some point. I don't remember the exact date.
And you said the medical examiner accompanied you?
Yes, this was 1998, and it was Dr. Robert Parker was the medical examiner. So we both drove to where the remains had been found.
Did Dr. Parker regularly accompany you to crime scenes?
Only if I asked him, yes.
Okay. Who else was with you other than Dr. Parker?
Say this again?
Who else was with you other than Dr. Parker?
Well, the Atlanta Police Department, their whole crime scene unit, and members of the GBI were there. Investigators were there also because they were interested. This head that had been found might be associated with a case they were investigating from Twiggs County, where they had, I think they had a corpse and they did not have the decedent's head. So they were really hoping that this would be the head that belonged to their torso, so to speak. So there were a lot of investigators there, not just myself and Dr. Parker.
What was the first thing you did when you arrived at the scene?
I examined the area, I examined where the head was, and then I took pictures myself.
And can you describe that scene when you first walked up to it? What did you see?
What I saw was, and this is badly decomposed, so you have to pardon me because it's out of sorts, so to speak. But this, and therefore I knew it had been in a black bag before it had rolled out or been brought out by a German Shepherd dog. It looked like a head with its neck down on the street, and it was a very deep green color.
What did that mean to you?
Say it again.
What did that coloration mean to you?
Oh, I knew that it had actually been cooking in this bag because the bag.
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. Content warning. I mean, this is getting really graphic and disturbing. So, content warning, guys, please. No. That if you need to protect your mental health, I get it.
Bag was plastic and black. So I knew this was not recent. This didn't happen last night.
Objection. She has been can we approach?
Sure.
Sure.
Ooh.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Halpto, could you see what condition was the skin in when you saw the skull?
It was terribly decomposed.
Okay. And could you see any of it? Was there anything of evidentiary value left on the skull itself?
No, I wouldn't say so.
All right. Could you see any of the bone of the skull?
Well, I could see underlying bone. It was just this green, decomposed flesh attached to it.
Okay. And did Dr. Parker examine the skull at the scene?
Oh, sure. Yep.
Yeah.
So there was no way to tell whether this was a male or a female. This was a badly
There's no question.
degraded.
This is a
Yeah.
non-responsive answer. This narrating is there was no question.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Thank you. I'll move on. Now, do you recall whether or not there were any businesses near where the skull was discovered?
Have I ever what?
Do you recall if there were businesses near where the skull was discovered?
Yes.
And what kind of businesses were there?
Wow. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think there was a guy that had a yard of some kind. I don't think it was a junkyard. I'm not sure. But there was a railroad across the street from where the skull lay.
Okay. Do you recall if there was anything else do you recall if there was anything else of significant found at the scene?
Yeah, the bag, there was a black bag that the skull had likely rolled out of. There was a German Shepherd dog that had been instrumental in this, and that's understandable.
Dr. Hoptel? Dr. Hoptel?
Dr. Hoptel, can you hear me? This is Judge Krause. Sorry, it's one of the limitations of the technology that sometimes there's a delay. There's an objection, so if you'll stop speaking for a moment while I deal with the objection.
Can we approach you?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, she's getting a little graphic with her details too. So,
go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Hopto, who would have been in charge of securing evidence at the scene, evidence of the skull and other things at the scene? Would that have been you?
Yeah, it might have been me, or it might have been a colleague of mine.
And do you recall how long you and Dr. Parker were on the scene?
No, I don't recall how long it was.
After you completed your duties on the scene, what did you do next?
Ask me that again?
After you completed your duties at the scene, what did you do next?
Okay, then I went back to the office, brought Dr. Parker back, and started to write up my report.
And do you know if there was a formal autopsy of the skull and whatever evidence was found?
Yes, there was a formal autopsy of the skull performed, definitely.
And where would that have been performed?
Say this again?
Where would that have been performed?
At the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
And do you know when that autopsy occurred?
I'm not understanding.
Do you know when that autopsy would have occurred?
Would I have known when it was to
I'll move
occur,
on.
or did occur? It would have been that afternoon or the following day.
Thank you. Who was the first person that law enforcement thought this might be the head of? You understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah, ask me that again because I don't know.
Did you review dental records to try to determine whether or not this was the skull of people that were coming in?
I don't understand.
Okay. What did you do first to the skull in your duties?
In my duties, I just examined the skull's dentition. Now,
what did you do after that?
what did I do after that or no during that?
Did you take an x-ray?
No, I didn't take x-rays. The board staff did.
Are you familiar with NCIC, the term NCIC, what NCIC is?
Yes, I am.
And did you utilize that at all?
Yes.
Could you?
So when I did my examination, which is like a dentist doing an exam in their office, I render a chart. So I write down the features that are present in this mouth, going from the upper right, going all the way around, upper teeth, lower teeth. And on this NCIC form, I'm writing down what I found. The most significant finding was a filling on a single tooth, a single molar in the skull.
Can you hold on just a second?
Facts, Cindy, facts.
Nothing better if it was a complete shot.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 77.
That's my dental chart of the decedent.
And is that the documentation that you recorded at the medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
And was that an accurate picture of what you found after your examination?
Absolutely. You see this filling on the lower.
Hang on,
that's the
hang
lower
on,
right,
hang on.
over-
Sorry, Dr. Hopdell, forgive me for interrupting. You've shown her the document. She's identified the document,
Yes.
but now she's testifying about what's in the document.
I know, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was going to ask to admit state 77.
Any objection, Mr. McDermott?
Objection.
Exhibit 77 is admitted.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Now, what I'm doing is pointing at something on the chart. Is that what was significant for you?
Yeah, that's a silver amalgam filling on the chewing surface of tooth number 31, a lower second molar.
And
there were no other fillings. There were no other missing teeth. So we delight in this because it doesn't take a whole lot of rocket science to compare dental charts to this one.
And what you would do is compare dental charts that came in and see if they match, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. And or x-rays.
Do you recall how many unknown people, do you recall how many records you were asked to identify?
Oh, no, I have no idea. There were just people galore wanting to know if this was somebody of interest to them. So I got several calls from people over time.
Did you finally receive any dental records from, excuse me just a minute. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. I'm trying to hold it up as well as I can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to turn that one over. It's upside down. There you go. So show this to the jury, please.
Well, not yet. Not yet, because it's not in evidence yet.
Okay. Do you recognize those records?
Yes.
And what are those records?
What?
What are those records? What are those records? Do you recall what those records were?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, did you recognize those records when I showed them to you?
Yes.
What are they?
They were dental records from a person named Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to tender States 33.
Mr. McDermott? 33 is admitted.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Your Honor, I'd ask permission to publish number States 33.
Permission granted.
And what was Dr. Hopto, what was significant about those records that you received, comparing them to the records of the remains found?
The most significant thing is that silver amalgam filling on tooth number 31. That would be the patient's lower right.
And did it match what you found from on the skull?
Yes, it did. And the fact that it was the only restoration in the skull is to be made note of.
So after comparing the dental charts and the records of the dental charts from Dr. Brantley, and then the dental charts from the Fulton County medical examiners, were you able to determine, based on a reasonable scientific degree of certainty, whether or not those were from the same person?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And after you made that identification, what else did you do?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
After you made the identification, what did you do next?
After I made the identification, I informed the medical examiner, the medical examiner on the case.
Do you remember?
To let her know that I knew who this was, and that this was an unequivocal finding of mine.
And what medical examiner did you notify?
That would be Dr. Carol Terry. I believe she assumed the case from Dr. Parker way back in the early days.
And after you did that identification, what did you do? What did you do next in this case?
I don't know what I did next. I instructed people to notify the next of kin of this lady's death.
Okay. Did you ever do anything to the skull itself while in the Fulton Medical Examiner's office? Did you ever do anything?
No, I did look at how the skull had been prepared by the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So
well, I don't need you to talk about that. May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I don't need you to talk about that. Wow.
Do you remember what year you made the actual identification of the skull?
What year the identification was made?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the case was in 1998, so I don't know. It had to be after that.
Okay. Was it a long period of time after that?
Yes, because we only had the skull, and then there was another case that came into the office, and this was bagged remains from also somebody that had dismembered a body and put into bags. I wasn't the lead investigator on the case, but the investigator on the case, because of the similarity in the way these remains were bagged, the DNA from those remains.
Hang on, just ma'am. Dr. Hotzel?
Actually,
Hang on. Yes.
let me ask you a different question. Let me go back to the scene of the discovery of the head. Could you describe the condition of the
What in the world?
Did you make reports on this case?
Yes.
And would it possibly help you to refresh your recollection to review your report as to when you made the discovery?
Yes.
Okay.
Can y'all come here for just a second?
I'm curious now. I want to know what other dismembered body was found in Fulton County that she wasn't a lead detective on. I've got more questions. See, this is what happens. They start talking and then I got questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. You wrote a report. You wrote several reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And if you wrote a report that stated that you identified the skull as belonging to Miss Melissa Wolfenbarger on the 14th day of March of 2003, would that be accurate?
Sure.
May I just have one more moment?
Sure.
Nothing further.
Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Just a few.
Oh, Lord. I can't imagine how he's going to act with her. Oh, well, he's a little nicer than the other guy, but he's still a little cocky, if you ask me. A second one?
It's hopped on.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me fine?
I can, yes.
Okay. Do you remember this chart that was shown to you a while ago that you made? This was based on the skull.
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that? Or are you dependent upon my copy?
No. I have a copy somewhere in my file.
Okay, but not accessible? You don't have one accessible right now?
Say that again?
Do you have one easily accessible right now that you could read from?
It doesn't matter because what I'm seeing you hold up is exactly what I know I need. Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to try to publish my digital version of that. Is that okay on Zoom?
Or is it Exhibit 77 that was admitted into evidence already?
That's 77. Yeah, it's
Go for it.
And we all know this is going to go as smoothly as possible.
Sure.
Hold on. Well, let me try it this way. Dr. Hopple, in your written version of the chart that you made based on the skull, do you remember noting that there were class 5 caries in tooth number 6 and tooth number 11?
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
No, I do remember that, and it's written on the chart.
Oh, good. Well, that simplified matters. What is a class 5 carie?
That would be a cavity that was at the base of the gum line. That's class 5. The amalgam silver filling.
Okay, I want to stop you. I didn't ask about the amalgam yet.
Yeah, that's tooth number 31. That's a class 1 amalgam.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are class 5 caries more common in children or adults?
Adults.
Okay. Now, can you bring up the other exhibit, the chart from Dr. Brantley? Now, I'm going to share with you the chart from Dr. Brantley briefly.
For the record, is that Exhibit 33 that was offered into evidence by the state? Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we go up to the other part of that? The records part? Okay.
It's upside
And
down, sir.
Do we have a date on that document?
There we go. Flip it. Keep flipping. Nope. Flip it again. Flip it again. One more. Okay, now scroll. There you
Well,
go.
number one, you can
Good
see-
job.
There you go.
And this is a document that purports to be Melissa Patton's dental.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
what is her listed date of birth?
Date of birth, it says it looks like 9/9/70.
Okay. And is there a date on which this medical record was created?
I don't know, this isn't my creation.
Well, do you see one on the document currently?
No, I'm not looking at the whole page though. I'm only seeing
And can
from,
we scroll? There's another part that has some handwritten scribblings. See if we can take a chance on this. It's the next page. There you go. Now you'll have to rotate again, I'm afraid. Great, you're a pro.
Yes, it's
Can
Lola.
you see the chart part on the right that has some scribblings on it?
yeah, but I can't discern what's written.
Can you make out the bottom row, the date?
No,
Okay.
nope, I can't.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois.
You said that you positively identified the skull as Melissa's based on these charts?
No, based on my examination of the remains, okay, coupled with x-rays that were taken. And those were compared, and this chart and the chart that I made were all compared to what we had in the examiner's office.
And what did you do with the x-rays when you were done with them?
I didn't do anything with them. They go with the file.
So there should be x-rays in the
Stay with
file? There should be x-rays in the file then?
Yeah, yes, if protocol was served. This is a good question for the medical examiner, not myself.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I love her.
Are you aware that there were other agencies looking for the victim in this case?
Oh, yes.
What were some of those agencies that you were aware of?
Well, the GBI, for one, they were looking for a match to a decedent they had in Twiggs County. And then there were calls made from New York and all over the place.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You answered my question. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Lola, stop.
Dr. Hall,
Yes.
I'm sure, can you see the document that I'm holding up?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, but it looks like it's upside down.
Sorry. Did I get it right?
Yes, I can see it.
And what does that describe?
Hold it up again if you would. Okay, that tells you, shows you what the scene looked like.
Did you make that drawing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state what, and was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day? Was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yeah, yes. As best I could. I mean, there were pictures taken.
Your Honor, I would like to tender state 78.
Okay, I have something on the list y'all gave me as 32.
I don't believe it's the same.
Okay. 78. Any objection, Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
78 is admitted.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott, questions on those questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hopsel. You are free to log out of the Zoom. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me serve you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Mr. Fawcett or Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Gilbo.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Until I swear you in.
You swear affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do not see.
Mr. Fawcett, there are some exhibits from a prior witness up here, if you wouldn't mind grabbing those.
Just thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, would you mind, making your full name for court, please?
Mark Gilbo, Guilbeau.
And if you would just scoot up to the microphone just a tiny bit. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Fawcett.
Okay, Dr. Gilbo, can you tell the court where you currently are employed?
I work at the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right, what do you do with them?
I'm a senior investigator.
Okay. And specifically, what is your role with the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Medical legal death investigation.
All right. Prior to that, have you been employed anywhere else?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what did you do with the Fulton County ME's office?
I was first an investigator and forensic anthropologist, and I got a promotion to senior investigator, and I still did their anthropology work.
Okay. And can you describe and go over your training and education for the jury?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of Southwestern Louisiana in 1986. I soon started at the University of Tennessee, where I got my master's and my PhD, all of them in anthropology.
Okay. And after receiving your PhD in anthropology, what did you do career-wise after that?
I started a job at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. How many total years did you work with Fulton County?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. And did you continue to work in the field of anthropology itself?
Yeah, I've been a consultant with DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office for 20 odd years.
Okay. What is anthropology?
Anthropology is basically the study of people, human beings, whether it be their culture, how they make a living, anything about them, in addition to their history, archaeology, and their physical biology, as in physical anthropology, which is the biological anthropology that I studied.
Okay. And specifically the biology anthropology that you studied, what specific topics do you cover in biology anthropology?
Since biological anthropology covers everything to deal with human bodies, there's a subsection of it called forensic anthropology, which basically applies the knowledge we have of human beings to a legal setting, so that we can determine what we can basically from a human skeleton.
Okay. And throughout your time in Fulton County, as well as your time that you're currently employed in Clayton, did you participate in ongoing training?
Yes.
Was that on a yearly basis?
No, we don't really have yearly training. When I was at Fulton County, we had on and off training dictated by the budget. But yeah, I have been to training since I graduated.
Do you yourself occasionally train other individuals in this field?
I give lectures and talks to different groups periodically.
And as it relates to the forensic anthropology itself, how does that field in particular assist you with your work at the medical examiner's office?
Whenever we find an individual that is unidentified, that is, can't be identified through traditional means, that is, we can't look at the person and determine who they are. If they are decomposing or skeletonized, burned, oftentimes a forensic anthropologist will come in to analyze the skeleton itself. And we can develop a basic profile of the individual to try to help the authorities identify the person.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've had an opportunity to examine, say, a skeleton as you testified to this afternoon?
When I was at Fulton, we had probably 2 or 3, sometimes 4 cases a year. So let's say 3 cases a year for 24 years. So you're talking 75 odd cases. And then I was a consultant at the GBI for 10 years in anthropology. And I looked at another 35 or 40. So 150 or so cases.
Okay. And when you conduct an examination of, say, a skeletal remains, for instance, what types of things are you able to determine?
From a skeleton, if we have a complete skeleton, we can determine the ethnicity of the individual, that is, whether white, black, Native American, the height of the individual, the sex, the race, ethnicity, race, sex, stature. We can't determine weight, but we can tell how tall you were.
Okay. And types of determinations that you've just testified to, are those the same types of determinations that you made in your different examples as to how many times you've examined skeletal remains at Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Right. I mean, occasionally we would have a whole skeleton, but oftentimes we would only have one individual bone that was found. The majority of our cases were non-human. A bone would be found, it would be brought in, and I could look at it and tell them human, non-human. When it was determined to be non-human, that was the end of it. There was no case.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moved to tender into evidence Dr. Mark Gilbo as an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gilbo, when you testified, when you were employed in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, did you assist in an investigation into the death or the cause of death of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your assistance with that case itself?
Basically looking at some of the skeletal remains that were found on apparently 2 separate occasions.
Okay. You were aware of the skull being located in April '99?
That was the first thing that was found.
All right. You're also aware of the extremities being located in June of '99?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can you tell the court what happens to a body or a set of remains once it comes in? How is that identified from, say, any other case in the medical examiner's office?
As a case comes in, it's assigned a specific case number so that we can keep track of it. In this particular case, since remains were found at 2 separate times, we had one case number for the first piece of remains and then a separate case number for the second set of remains. And we're not like the medical records at the hospital where they can join them together under one number. They stay as 2 separate sets of remains, even though in the reports it'll say associated, these 2 cases are associated with each other.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not that happened in this particular case, in Melissa Wolfenbarger's case?
Right. At a certain point, they determined that all of these remains were from the same person.
Okay. Do you recall what the 2 different numbers associated with the skull that came in April and then the remains in June of '99? Are you familiar with that case number that was assigned?
I don't remember specifically, but the first case number was like in the 700 range. And then I think the second case number was in like the 900 range.
Okay.
So there were approximately 200 cases that occurred between the finding of the skull and then the other remains.
And does the medical examiner's office document their findings and investigation in reports?
Yes, sir.
If you were to view a report from the medical examiner's investigation, would that refresh your recollection as to the numbers that were assigned to the skull and remains of Ms. Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you this front of the report. If you could look at the numbers and see if that refreshes your recollections to those 2 different case numbers.
Yes, sir. That looks like them.
Okay. And what are those case numbers?
99-0798 and 99-0990.
Okay. And what happens after, say, a body or remains are accepted by the medical examiner's office?
Typically, when remains come in, they'll be stored in our cooler until the pathologist, typically in the morning, will come in and the technicians will get the remains out for the pathologist to perform their examination, whether it be an autopsy or whatever may be necessary.
Okay. And are you aware of whether or not that happened in this case?
As far as I'm aware, it did happen. Yes, sir.
Okay. Talk about the distinction between, say, an anthropologist such as yourself conducting an examination of remains versus, say, a pathologist.
Okay. The pathologist is basically looking at, more often than not, a fully fleshed person. The point at which the body is too decomposed for them to do everything that they need to do, oftentimes they'll call in an anthropologist, and we will prepare the body, basically examine the skeleton at that point.
Okay. All right. At any point, did you get an opportunity to view the remains in the course of your investigation with the ME's office, the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with some of the efforts in place to try to make an identification?
Right. Yeah, there were quite a few sets of dental records that I remember that had come in, people that were missing, and at first all we had was the skull. So teeth were the main thing that we were able to use to try to make an ID. So there were numerous sets of dental records that came in for us to try to make an ID.
Okay. And what is that process in your role as an anthropologist? What methods would you use to try to figure out who this was?
Well, as far as the dental records, we let our forensic dentist do that part of it. But for the rest of the skull, there's certain things that we can use. There's a sinus in your frontal bone that if you take an x-ray of your skull from front to back, you can compare a x-ray before death with an x-ray of the skull, and you can basically overlay one and the other, and they'll match basically almost as good as a fingerprint.
Okay.
So, but you have to have somebody to match it up with.
Was that an issue in terms of conducting an identification, not having a basis to compare it to?
Right. Yeah. There's no big database out there that you can just put information in and it spits out an answer.
All right. At any point, did you attempt to make any types of reconstructions?
I did not, but at some point, I believe they did do a reconstruction, probably having it sent out to the GBI to have the skull reconstructed. As far as putting clay on the skull to make it look like an actual person's face, that's one of the things that we do at a certain point in the investigation.
All right.
Mr. Fawcett,
Yes.
am I correct? You're looking at photographs?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, can you tell me which ones they are?
Yes. That would be 37, 57, and 61.
57 and 61?
37, 57, and 61.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll just remind you again that, as I warned you at the beginning of the trial, that the next series of photographs that you might have inferred will be somewhat graphic, given the nature of what they'll show. So I'm giving you a moment to brace yourselves. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Gilbo, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as states exhibits 37, 57, and 61. Can you,
You're getting to know me so well, aren't you?
recognize the images depicted on those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell from the photographs themselves where those photographs were taken?
Yeah, this was most likely in the autopsy room at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
Okay. And you've been in that room yourself?
Many times.
All right. And that would have been during that period in when the remains were located? You would have been in the medical examiner's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
You testified as to numbers associated with the case, two numbers in particular for the cases that came in. The case for the skull, I believe you said that was 99-0798. And the case assigned to the extremities, that was 99-0990. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. On those images depicted in 37, 57, and 61, do you see anything representative of those numbers that I just read into the record?
Right. On the little tag that's in the photograph, typically that would include the name of the decedent, the date, the case number, and which doctor is assigned to the case.
Okay. Now, is that labeled as your recollection as records would have been kept in the normal course of business at the medical examiner's office during that period that you were there?
Yes, sir. That's how they would keep information in the photograph.
Okay. And your testimony is that you were present in the office at the time that Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains were being investigated?
Yes, sir.
And what work in particular did you do on this case itself, if you can recall that?
Basically, I looked at the skull. I can't remember exactly who cleaned it off, but the skull was cleaned of tissue, and then it was presented to me to do an analysis, and the skull had been autopsied. So in order to do my measurements, we do a combination of looking at the skull and measurements. Looking at it is one thing. Measurements, you hope that you have a complete skull. Well, since it had been autopsied, the top of the skull had been removed. So I had to reapproximate the top of the skull on the remainder of the cranium with some wax as best I could put it back together. So after that was done, I did do my measurements.
Okay. And what do you mean by measurements?
We have specialized tools that we have a certain set of measurements that we can do that we then plug into a discriminant function formula, and it will determine first
whether the individual is male or female. And then also a slightly separate set of measurements will determine the ethnicity of the individual based on people in the United States, Caucasian, African American, or American Indian.
Okay. And can you say, based off of your recollection and your viewing of those exhibits depicted in States Exhibit 37, 57, and 61, that those are the photographs that were taken at or around the autopsy of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
And those are the photographs that were taken at the time you were employed with the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to tendering evidence, States Exhibits 37, 57, and 61.
Mr. Chairman, 37, 57, and 61 are admitted.
Commission.
I will take a moment to pause there. I don't think they're going to show anything. We don't have but about 20 minutes left before they close for the day. I don't think they'll show anything. But trigger warning, just in case something pops on screen, guys.
Permission granted.
Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all know I got to find a comedy throughout the day. Okay, watch. I love this guy. Watch his glasses. This is so me some days. Watch. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I love it.
All right, for the record, Your Honor, I'm publishing States Exhibit 37. Okay. Can you see that exhibit on the screen, Dr. Gilbo?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are we looking at?
This is a cervical vertebrae, a vertebrae in your neck.
And is there anything of significance about this particular
vertebrae? The surface. Can I
If you
stand
want to
up?
get up and yes, you can.
Okay. This is the back where the spinal cord goes. This would be the back of your neck. This would be the front of your neck. This is the body of the vertebrae, and these are facets that allow you to move turn your head. So even though you can't spin it around, you can look from side to side with the flexibility that this allows. Now, this surface and this surface, this surface and this surface has been damaged. Something has cut through this plane of the vertebrae and separated it from the bone that was next to it.
Dr. Gilbo, have you at any point studied the effects of, say, saws or mechanical instruments on bones themselves?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I did a master's thesis on saw marks in bone.
Okay. So is it safe to say you're pretty well versed in the effects of, say, saw and the results of saws on bones?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 57. Get this down first.
Objection, can we approach?
Sure.
Approaching.
To be clear, I think based on the sidebar
Lois.
that the objection was withdrawn. Is that fair, Mr. McDermott?
For now.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bassett.
All right. All right, so for the record, publishing States Exhibit 57. Now, Dr. Gilbo, if you would mind stepping down from the seat, and you see the same, if I can get you
And I'll just ask, you're perfectly fine where you are, but when you do speak, if you'll just try and speak up because you have your back to me and the court reporter. Thank you, sir.
is that the same medical examiner number reference to the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what are we looking at here? You can tell that from that photograph.
This is a long bone. I'm not sure which one it is just from this photo, but it's either the shaft of one of the bones of the arm or leg. I can't tell just from this photograph.
And can you see anything else depicted on exhibit 57 of significance?
Yeah, it appears that this bone was cut with a saw.
Okay. And why do you say that?
There are striations here that are consistent with a saw. There's a groove here that's consistent with a saw blade. And then it's apparently it was cut through up to a certain point, and then the remainder of the bone broke.
Okay.
Cut all the way through.
All right. If I could have you remain up there, I'm going to show you one more exhibit. Now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Can you tell the court what we're looking at? Is that well, first, yeah. Is that another photograph from the autopsy of the squad line?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything of significance that you observed or able to observe on that State's exhibit?
Yeah, this is a cross section of the long bone. So this is a bone that has been cut completely through. You can see the striations here. This is typically what we see when a saw cuts through an object. In this case, a piece of bone.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 66. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Is that the type of saw that would make the type of marks on there? I'm not asking specific blade.
Right.
But is that the type of instrument that could cause the marks depicted on those exhibits?
Yes.
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Now, Dr. Gilbo, we're talking about remains from April and June of 1999. Was the medical examiner's office able to observe and notate what appeared to be tool marks on those bones at that time?
Yes, sir.
So well before 2003, is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the point when you got involved in the case, it would have been back in that 99 period when the remains were located?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am. You refer to the skull as having the flesh cleaned. Is that the process?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
You were nodding. I just want to make the record clear.
Works for me, but only me. Is that the process that it speaks of in the reports of soaking the head in bleach?
Right. That's one of the ways that they use to try to remove some of the flesh from the bone.
I see. And did they use other methods for other of the remains?
Sometimes we will heat up the remains in some water with detergent. We're basically trying to remove the flesh, and heat is one of the ways that we can do that.
I see. You mentioned something about taking measurements of the skull.
Yes, sir.
Is that what's known as the Giles-Elliott discrimination?
That's one of the ways. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you perform that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You could look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize them.
Yep. That's the
You can say what they are.
okay. That's the graph and the measurements that we take typically.
And the second one?
And the second one is just all my measurements.
There's a lot of measurements in there.
Yes, sir.
How many measurements do you have to take to complete this process?
There's 8 basic measurements, and then for some of the discriminant functions, you don't use all of them. But people smarter than me have figured out how to do this. I just use their method. And we basically plug the measurements into the formula, and it spits out an answer that we can graph on a chart.
And these are the graphs you're speaking of?
That's the graphs, yes.
And the graphs tell you whether the head is male or female?
Based on the measurements that are taken, yes,
And
sir.
whether it's a black person or a white person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know when this method was created?
Oh, a lot of it was based on anatomical collections. They used some of the remains of service people that were killed in the Korean War back in the 40s and 50s, as I can recollect.
Okay. So this is a method that had been around since the 40s and 50s?
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your conclusions on those calculations, you returned a conclusion that it was a white male skull?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember saying at the beginning of your direct examination that one of the functions that you guys perform is that you can develop a basic profile of the individual?
That's correct.
And in this case, you thought the basic profile of the individual was a white male?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Fassett, any additional questions?
Yes. Dr. Gilbo, was there any information as to damage to the skull that was recovered from Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yeah, I think there was some minor damage to the skull just from being out in the field, but then the top of the cranium was
Glasses,
removed
guys.
at the time of the autopsy prior to me being able to look at it.
Okay. And we're talking about the measurements. What are you comparing those? What is the standard that you're comparing the measurements to?
The discriminant function was developed by the Giles and Elliott crew, and basically they measured a whole bunch of skulls and then were able to look at certain measurements that were more male and some that were more female. So depending on where the measurements that you took fell in the spectrum, you would classify it either as male or female.
Okay. And what is the purpose of, say, the investigative tool? What does that serve, or what stage does that serve in the investigation process?
We're trying to develop a profile of who we might be looking for. But with human populations, not everybody is the same. So that we're trying to quantify something that removes the human judgment from the equation. Everybody should be able to take a measurement the same. Whereas I can look at something and say, that box is square. Well, another person would say, well, that box is a rectangle. So it hopefully removes the judgment part of the equation.
Okay. Well, what is the answer to explain, or the explanation for Dr. Gilbo initially determined based on that scale that it was male? So how do we get to that point, and what's the explanation for that?
What we do is done by human beings. We don't know what the answer is. All we can do is take measurements, and whatever the answer comes out with, that's what we go with. In this particular case, it came out, the measurements declared that it was a male, when in fact, in hindsight, it was a female. But as with everything in a biological system, there are some that are slightly different from the others. So there's variability within human populations. So the combination of the skull being autopsied and possibly that it was into the male range being a female, it's,
okay,
just one of those things.
And did that contribute in any way to, say, the identification itself?
Yeah, it by us thinking that it's a male, and so we're looking for males, we're not looking for females. So yeah, that was kind of a problem with the identification in the beginning.
Okay. And you're familiar with the name Dr. Joseph Parker?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where he was conducting his duties as ME at that time?
Yes, sir.
And where was he conducting his duties as ME?
He worked for us at Fulton County. He also worked out at the GBI, and he was also the medical examiner for Bibb County down in Macon.
Okay. And are you aware of a headless corpse that was located, male headless corpse that was located close to Macon during that period of time?
Right. Dr. Parker generally worked on the weekends, and I believe that these remains came in on a Friday. So when he came in on Saturday, this was one of his cases. So he had just come from Macon where a body had been found with no head. Well, he shows up the next day and there's a head with no body. So the assumption from the beginning was, well, we're going to see if this head matches this body.
Okay. So early on in the investigation, there was a theory that might be the case.
Right.
All right. And did that contribute, or was that a factor in the overall investigation into determining the ID?
I think it had an influence. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. McDermott, anything else?
Do you remember about what time it was in the United States that we began using DNA testing for identification purposes?
As far as I'm aware, it was maybe the late 80s when it became
right
available.
And it was certainly available in the late 90s, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you wanted to identify who this head belonged to, right?
Yes, sir.
So why was not the first thing that you did preserve DNA?
That, I looked at the bones, not the tissue. That would have been the prudent thing to do, preserve tissue before anything else is done.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Facette. Anything else?
Nothing from this witness.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Your
Thank you,
excuse as a witness. Can y'all come here, please?
Y'all come here, please. Okay, let's see if they say anything else. My first surgery, they lost a needle in me and had to go back in. Then my second surgery, I had a infection. So yeah, it's not anything I recommend. I've lost all ability to absorb any vitamins or anything.
What we do next.
I have a cousin who also passed away from hers. So yeah, it's something I don't recommend at all to anybody. I always tell everybody, find another way.
So it's getting near 5 o'clock, so I'm going to excuse you for the evening here in just a moment. I want to tell you a couple of things. Number one, I have some matters that I have to take care of tomorrow morning. And I think one or two of you have some other matters that y'all need to take care of that I promised I would accommodate. And so I don't want to run into a situation where I told y'all to get here at 10:30 last time and we didn't start until much later than that. So I'm going to tell you not to arrive tomorrow until 12:30. So hopefully that will give you a good night's sleep, let you sleep in, and get here at 12:30 with no traffic. Have a chance to eat lunch, all that good stuff. We'll get started promptly at 12:30 when you arrive. So I am going to release you in just a moment. I'll just give you the same instruction that I've given you each day, which is just to remind you that your decision in this case is supposed to be made only based on the evidence that is presented to you in this courtroom. And so that means that it would be improper for you to do any independent research, to go drive by anywhere, to look anything up or anything like that. It would also not be proper for you to discuss this case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. And that includes amongst yourselves until it's time for you to actually deliberate the case. The last thing I will remind you of is that there may be media about this case. And so it is your sworn duty to avoid media about this case, because again, your obligation in this case is to decide the case based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. With that, I thank you again for your patience and attention today. I'll excuse you and see you tomorrow at 12:30.
All right. Yeah. They went the anxiety, right? So I want to show y'all something else just real quick before we go. I don't know if this will show right. So right now, just real quick, if y'all have nothing to watch tonight, yeah, I know it's hard to avoid media, right? Oh, excuse me. So, right now, let's see, where did I lose it at? Y'all see, I lost my screen. So right now, if y'all know the Candyman, what was his name? Dean Coral. Well, he was from Houston. It was back in 73, I believe. He was one of the first mass murderers. There is a new documentary out right now. It is on Discovery ID channel. It is about Elmer Wayne Henley. And what is going on is Henley was tried in San Antonio, convicted in 1974, 6 counts of murder with malice, receiving 6 consecutive sentences of 99 years imprisonment. His conviction was overturned on appeal in 1978 due to lack of change of venue. But he was again convicted of 6 murders in 79, resentenced to 6 99-year terms to be served concurrently. He was not charged for killing Coral, although he did take Coral's life in the incident, and it was determined to be an act of self-defense. But he has been denied parole in multiple times, and his next eligibility for parole is in October 2025. He's incarcerated at the Telford unit in Bowie County, Texas. And this is just a little excerpt, which I wanted to play. It kind of gives you just a little basic rundown of what the show. Well, see, Lois, I was thinking, which I don't know how to do it, but like there's a way that I can show things like through Discord or Rumble or something like that. And I don't know how to do it. I might have to get Hio to help me. But this is just a little excerpt from that show. I just wanted to put it out there. So if anybody was looking for something good to watch, I did watch this last night. It was interesting. So with that, I'm going to hit play on this.
We found a couple of dead bodies over there. Oh, really? Yeah.
It was the most gruesome case of its time.
Searchers today found 3 more bodies near Houston, Texas, in what has become the worst mass murder in this country's history.
At least 27 young boys in Houston, Texas, tortured, sexually assaulted, and murdered in the early 70s.
The fact that this many kids and young people were killed in this very small area was a huge, huge story at the time.
The perpetrator, Dean Corll, known as the Candyman Killer, eventually killed by one of the 2 young boys who say he coerced them into helping him commit his crimes.
The grisly story broke yesterday when the teenager named Elmer Henley told police he had killed a mass murderer,
leaving devastated families behind.
We parted. He said, I love you, and I said, I love you too, son. See you in the morning.
Now, 50 years later, that accomplished Elmer Wayne Henley and his story are being re-examined.
And so here's what sticks with me, what hurts me. I believe that I was originally taken over to Dean's as a victim. What scares me is that did Dean recognize a fellow psychopath?
The relationship. I find that quite interesting. Yes, Lois, he took 27 lives. They were all most of them started out like in Houston Heights area, and which is a really upper class neighborhood in the Houston area, downtown area, is the Heights. And this is where they were from. And many of the bodies were found in a boat shed. Some were found down on High Island, which is across Galveston Island, on a little Bolivar Peninsula is what it's called. And up in Sam Rayburn Park, which is in kind of like the piney woods of East Texas. Yes, very, very interesting. And yes, it is Dr. Ramslin. You are right. This is Dr. Ramslin. Yep. I'm surprised you recognize that so quickly. Yeah, and so this was before they even coined the term serial killer. This was 1973, 74. I was an infant. This wasn't even talked about in my house, even as, there's a whole lot out there about Dean Corll, the Candyman. He had owned a candy store in Houston, or his family owned a candy store, and he worked there. And that was part of his enticement of getting kids. It's a total shocking story.
Between Wayne Henley and Dean Corll was one of coercion. Dean Corll was an adult predator looking for kids who could do his dirty work for him. So he used these kids, David Brooks and Wayne Henley.
The now 69-year-old speaking in a rare interview behind bars with famed forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramslin.
Being with Dean was exciting. Dean made it exciting. It was an adventure. It was spy versus spy, mission impossible. And I did things with Dean that I thought I would never do before.
How did he trigger you into behavior that was not something you would have normally done?
I attribute it all to my hero complex.
For over 25 years, I've been studying extreme offenders, mass murderers, spree killers, and serial killers.
It's really interesting because it even reflects if you get the chance to watch this show, it really reflects on kids today. How do I say it without? Let me just be quiet. Let me let it play because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Dr. Ramslin is a forensic psychology and criminology professor at DeSales University. most recently making headlines for being the professor of Idaho murderer Brian Koberger. She studied more than 300 serial killer cases.
Probably the most well-known that I spent extended time with was Dennis Rader, the BTK killer. We spent 5 years working on a book with him, and studied, Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, really name any name. I probably studied that person.
But now Ramsland is exploring the complexity of murder from the view of an accomplice to a serial killer.
He was 15 when he was leveraged into it. Is not a person who wanted to be a killer, but became one nevertheless. And I wanted to understand the experience from the point of view of an accomplice because it had not been studied before.
Their in-depth conversation featured in the new Discovery ID documentary, The Serial Killer's Apprentice.
At what point did you decide to implicate yourself?
Somewhere along the line there, I just decided it was better to be honest about it.
Did you realize you'd be going to prison?
No, that was never a thought. It didn't matter.
Henley is up for parole this year and could walk free if his request is approved. But some victims' loved ones, like the parents of 13-year-old.
I can honestly say that I do not think he will get parole. It's a very interesting concept. It's an interesting thing to talk about, but I don't think there's any possibility of that actually happening. I do find it interesting, this being an accomplice, what got him there. And a lot of it goes back and talks about his childhood, wanting to be a hero. In the documentary, it talks about his mother being abused by his dad and him wanting to take care of his mother. Again, this goes back to somebody wanting to take care of other people. And in the story, it talks about how one of the people's lives taken was a friend of his, a couple friends of his, actually. And, I think that there was a lot of underlying mental issues that may not have been addressed. And that's just my opinion. But I would strongly suggest watching the documentary for yourself. I'm going to finish playing this.
Earl Stanton Dramala believe Wayne should stay right where he is. Here speaking with KPRC.
He has a satanic mind. And if he gets out, just because he's old doesn't mean he couldn't father a group to do that same thing over and over again.
I don't see how Wayne Henley ever ends up being granted parole. The kinds of people who tend to get parole when they were involved in murders, require great behavior in prison, accepting responsibility, but also some lesser role. Meaning, if you're the primary killer and you killed multiple people, in almost every case, no matter how well you behave in prison, you're probably not getting parole.
Henley met Coral in 1971 when his friend and Coral's first accomplice, David Brooks, introduced them.
Let me tell you the first thing that Dean ever said to me other than hello. He says, "You want to hear a joke?"
Mm-hmm.
And it was a dirty joke.
Okay.
And I thought that was cool.
It's a common test that predators use to kind of test the limits. If they laugh, if they think it's cool that they were told this dirty joke when they're just little kids, then he can keep going. They condition them to get used to certain things that are transgressive, little by little.
Coral's family owned a local candy store and were well respected around town. That would give the 33-year-old that infamous nickname, the Candyman Killer. Police say he used his reputation and friendly demeanor to lure many other young boys and teenagers to his home.
In the 1970s in Houston Heights, it was like a cozy neighborhood. Families looked out for one another's kids, and they all sort of knew each other. And Dean Coral was really good as a predator in grooming the whole community. into believing he was a big brother type. He just seemed like a good guy. And in fact, after he was killed and the police interviewed people, no one had a bad thing to say about him.
But after killing 6 of Coral's victims, Henley turned the gun on Coral.
In August of 1973, at this point, Wayne has participated for about a year and a half in Dean Coral's killing spree. He brings 2 kids. One is a female, Rhonda, and the other is a guy named Tim. They get high, they get drunk, they pass out, and they wake up bound. And Dean says, I'm going to have my way with you all, and I'm going to kill you all, including Wayne. And he sees the gun, picks it up, and tells Coral, stop. You're not going to kill any more of my friends.
Henley was found guilty of 6 murders and sentenced to 6 terms of 99 years in prison. He was.
I will pause it there to also let you know, just for facts, the David Owen Brooks, who was the accomplice to the Candyman killer, he was one of the teenagers that assisted Dean Coral and all that, and with Henley, and he passed away. He was denied parole multiple times. He was given a life sentence. He passed away in Galveston in May of 2020 at the age of 65 due to complications related to the vid. So the parents of the child whom's life he took, which was Stanton Dramala, no longer have to attend parole hearings. So, it's a thing.
Was found guilty again at his second trial after an appeal.
I got a constant sense of remorse, even today.
Throughout her work with Henley, Dr. Ramsland explores the nuance that exists between a victim and perpetrator.
So I coined the idea of a temporary psychopath, of kids who can be callous and manipulative and deceptive in the ways that we've come to expect of psychopaths who are engaging in criminal activity, but that's not really who they are, and they are salvageable. That's why it's an important concept for counselors and teachers to know about. Is these kids are not lost causes the way they have looked at Wayne Henley. They are salvageable if you get them out from under that influence.
Dr. Ramsland believes Henley's childhood played a huge role in how his relationship with Coral formed.
Dean had become my authority figure. And in doing so, he was able to absolve me of guilt.
While a parole board decides Wayne Henley.
What I want to say here, though, I think a lot of missing runaway children, teenagers in this day and time, who may be being turned to do this type of stuff. Kids these days are influenced so easily. And I think about the way Henley was influenced back then after watching what I watched. And it's just a real sad world with all that right now, is what I have to say.
Henley's fate. Ramsland hopes that people can learn from this story.
I hope that when people watch, they'll recognize that kids today are even more vulnerable than they were 50 years ago because of the internet. I hope that they will take away.
There's the words I was trying to say. Let me back that up just a second. She just said what I was trying to say, but I couldn't find the right words.
That kids today are even more vulnerable than they were 50 years ago because of the internet. I hope that they will take away from this documentary the need to be vigilant, to listen when kids are in trouble, to help when kids are in trouble, and to recognize that we can be in very dangerous times and we need to recognize when someone intends harm to our kids.
The Serial Killer's Apprentice premieres Sunday on ID and then streams on HBO Max.
All right. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. And it was released, I think, Saturday or Sunday, just the other day. So I sat up with Hector last night and watched it when he got home from work this morning. Actually, it was a very, very interesting aspect of everything that's going on. And again, the kids these days are very vulnerable with the internet and everything. Yeah, it's crazy. So and I'm thinking about doing a little stream later, and it'll probably be on the Rubber Ramada channel because it's more of a kind of emotional stream. I'm thinking about putting together basically about mental health and being a person who dealt with childhood trauma. Things that we maybe need to look out for in each other, and always know that you have friends out there. You may not always see them physically, but they are always there to listen to you. We have a couple people in our community that I know of that needs a friend, and even reaching out sometimes doesn't work. So I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to just drop it there because just, yeah. So always reach out to your fellow friends, and if you ever need help, if you ever just need to talk, I'm always here. So again, thank you for spending time with me this evening. Take a moment, hug your loved ones, step outside, watch those crowds roll by, touch some grass. If you don't mind, hit the like button on your way out. If you haven't done so, which most of y'all already have, it's greatly appreciated. I'm going to turn my camera real quick and show y'all the baby. She's sleeping. Look at that baby. Say hi, Lola. Say hi. Yeah, that's my baby. So anyways, with that, we're all saying goodbye. Your mic is making a noise, knocking on something. No, you know what it is? I have zombies in the background. I have zombies. So it's time for me to go anyway. So y'all have a blessed night. And if you see a pop-up live later in Rubber Ramada, it's a drama channel if you want to join me. If not, it's cool. So with that, I will see y'all later. Peace. Rubber out.
Life's so right.